this is Muskan and I am a spoken word poet, and I'd like to encourage all of you to come and be a part of a very special conference called inspirED, where educators and influencers from different countries will come and talk about education and its policies. So don't miss this opportunity. It's fully free and you will even get a certificate for this. Make sure you're signing up for it, and I hope you have a great experience. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I just wanted to tell you about this very amazing conference called inspirED. It's a great opportunity for everybody to come and know different perspective on what people think about education as reality and their life experience. It's a great opportunity and I would love all of you to come, see and learn from each other. Thank you.
everyone, this is Muskan and I am a spoken word poet, and I'd like to encourage all of you to come and be a part of a very special conference called inspirED, where educators and influencers from different countries will come and talk about education and its policies. So don't miss this opportunity. It's fully free and you will even get a certificate for this. Make sure you're signing up for it, and I hope you have a great experience.
Hello everyone. I just wanted to tell you about this very amazing conference called inspirED. It's a great opportunity for everybody to come and know different perspective on what people think about education as reality and their life experience. It's a great opportunity and I would love all of you to come, see and learn from each other. Thank you.
Sure.
Ashwath, we're ready to go live. Hello everyone, welcome to inspirED. We're starting our day one with a session with Ramya Venkatraman. She's the founder and CEO of Scenta. Scenta is a platform that already has 1,50,000 teachers from 600 cities and towns and villages. Scenta holds the status of registered certification trademark. Ramya with me here is a IIT Delhi and IIM Kolkata alumnus. Some of her current work includes being a member of UNESCO's International Teachers Task Force Consultation Group, or more recently, she's on CII's Education Council. Ramya has multiple awards on her. Her introduction will take the rest of our session. So instead, I will hand over the session to her. Welcome, ma'am, to inspirED. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Mansi, and very glad to be here on the inspirED session. Before I get started, I just want to know, is this a live session with participants who might be on chat or asking any questions, or is this recorded and shared later?
We're live, ma'am. Participants can see you on a YouTube stream, and any questions they have, I can copy paste here.
Okay, great. Okay, so wonderful to be here and wonderful to be speaking with all of you today. My topic, which has been given to me by Teach for India, is blended learning for teacher education. Now, education is a sector where one finds a lot of passionate people, and I will count myself among them. Now, one of the downsides of this passion is that many of us sometimes tend to have extreme views on various things. And the same is true with respect to this topic of the use of technology for teacher education. So the one extreme view is that teaching is a practice-oriented profession. You need to learn how a real class works. You need to practice it in a real class, etc., etc. So it is not really possible to learn all of this online or using technology. There is no replacement to the physical and live manner of educating teachers. So that is one extreme view. And of course, COVID has forced everyone with this kind of a view to rethink and explore what the possibilities are, what the possibilities can be. And then, of course, the other extreme view tends to jump in, saying technology can take care of everything. You can learn online, you can take adaptive tests, you can even simulate a real class, etc., etc. And of course, like many other things in life, the reality lies somewhere in between, which is why I like the title of this session, Blended Learning for Teacher Education. Blended is often confused with online or technology based, but blended means exactly what the word connotes, which is some use of technology and some use of the physical world, and more importantly, the two of them blended to deliver whatever outcomes we are looking for. So very glad to be speaking on this topic today. And there is another reason, by the way, why I was thrilled to be invited for this particular topic on this particular day, because today evening at 6:30 p.m., we at Scenta are launching a blended learning based teacher education program in partnership with Manipal University. So the first batch of 100 participants is starting today evening at 6:30 p.m. And it felt like a lot of coincidence to me to be invited to speak on this topic exactly today. Over the last 12 months, in the course of designing this program and trying to make it truly world class, we have learned a lot about blended learning for teacher education. So I'm going to try and share some of those learnings here today. And I'm going to try and use the Manipal Scenta program as a case example to explain how we made some of the practical choices that you end up facing on this topic. So before I proceed, if it is okay, Mansi, I will share my screen and use a couple of slides as we go along. So talking about, before getting into where technology can be used and cannot be used, the first question is, what are some of the components of high quality teacher education? And of course, there are books and books and research papers written on this topic. I have tried to distill it down to 5 components over here. One is background theory or research. That is, the program itself needs to be grounded in research, but also the participants who are going through the program need to understand some of the background theory or research behind teaching and behind the various competencies of teaching. Because while teaching is a practice-oriented profession, if we want teachers to be reflective practitioners who are also constantly improving their own practice, it is important for them to understand the research behind that practice and why something came about. The second important component is, of course, the strong grounding in some of the key competencies for being a great teacher, and learning each of these competencies during the course of this teacher education program. The third important competency, which a lot of research and particularly recent research has shown, is peer learning. So teaching being a profession where teachers often don't get to work closely with other adults in the natural course of their day-to-day work, it is very important for teacher education to have a very strong peer learning component, which can be carried forward as you go through your career as a teacher. The fourth important component is practical internship. And in fact, some of the changes in the B.Ed program that NCT and others have envisaged in recent years talk a lot about the importance of this component and the importance of getting apprenticeship while going through your teacher education. And finally, career outcomes. Now, this is a component which is often ignored in both pre-service and in-service teacher education. And in fact, one of the reasons why Scenta as an organization even exists is because we wanted to bridge this gap, which is to connect outstanding teachers to great careers based on their competencies, and to make sure that teacher education is linked to career outcomes, which therefore will then drive demand from teachers themselves for high quality teacher education. So these are the 5 components which I would stress on as being the most important components of high quality teacher education, which then brings us to the next question, which is what is the right blend between technology and the physical world for each of these components. And here I'm going to try and share some of the learnings that we've had, as well as some of the choices that we are making practically on this balance. So coming to the first component, which is the background theory or research, this is where technology can actually play the most powerful role, because as you can imagine, a lot of this can be driven through self-learning with facilitators addressing queries rather than necessarily taking the class through the entire theory itself. There are, of course, important theoretical elements which faculty members should ideally go through during their live online sessions. But again, it is something that can be done in a live online session kind of manner rather than on the ground. And again, in the Manipal Scenta program, the choice we have made is that the big concepts will be covered in the live online sessions. Many of the additional concepts will be through self-learning, with the live sessions being more for answering queries, doing practice, and so on. So this is a component where technology can actually play the strongest role. The second one, strong grounding on key competencies. I'm going to come back to this later because it's not one thing. There are many competencies and technology plays out differently for each. So I'll just come back to this one. The third one on peer learning. Now, this is something where technology actually can play a very interesting role in enabling peer learning. On one hand, of course, there is no substitute for being in touch with other learners, and in this case, teacher students on the ground. But on the other hand, what the power of technology is that you can actually be in touch with learners from many different backgrounds. So for example, this batch of 100 starting today evening comes from 20 different states of India, comes with experience ranging from almost none to many, many years, comes from many different socioeconomic backgrounds. So technology can actually enable you to be in touch with peers of diverse backgrounds, which of course has a strong learning element to it. As long as you are also able to get some of the practical inputs on the ground from other peers, which brings me to the practical internship component. Now, this is the part which should ideally be based entirely in the physical world. And of course, again, when we say entirely in the physical world, it's a strange thing today because schools themselves are online. So whether an internship will happen in the school's physical campus or in the school's online environment is again something that will keep changing dynamically now in the next several months. But irrespective of that, the internship needs to be based in the physical world. And again, in this program, the Manipal Scenta program, we have tied up and in the process of tying up with many more schools and other organizations based on the candidates' career interest in terms of what kinds of entities they would like to do their internship in. And then again, the internship is designed in a manner that there is no cost to the employer, and therefore a wide number of employers are willing to provide candidates with the experience that is necessary for making a blended learning program practical. And which then brings me to the last part, which is career outcomes. Here again, technology can play a very interesting enabling role. So, for example, the way we have made that practical choice is that somewhere in the month of Feb for the first batch, and then there is a second batch starting in December. So, in the month of May for the second batch, we will be having an online placement fair to begin with, so that candidates can get exposure to employers from literally anywhere in the world at the first stage. But then depending on how that goes between the candidate and the employer, one can then decide if travel is needed, physical meetings are needed, etc., for taking that forward. So this is how I would see the blend of technology and the physical world for each of these 5 components. And this is how we have made some of the practical choices. I'll come to the second component, as I said, which is the strong grounding in key competencies. Now, when we think about what are the key competencies for a teacher, again, there are 2 schools of thought on this. There is a school of thought that teaching is sort of an integrated act, and it is difficult to almost break it into certain competencies, which is partly true, and would agree with that. At the same time, when you think about how teachers need to be trained, how they need to be certified, etc., practically it becomes important to define what those competencies are, so that I as a teacher and as a professional can get a sort of a framework on what are the things that I need to be good at, what are the things that I'm already good at, what are the things I need to improve on. And which is where, as Scenta, we have been operating with a framework that we call Scenta Standards. And some of you on the call may be familiar with it. It's sort of widely used in many parts of the country. And though the screen may not be very visible, you will see that there are broad groups of competencies, technical competencies, professional competencies, and core competencies. And what we have done practically for this program, and which is what my view would be on blended learning, is to take competency by competency and see which are the ones which can be sufficiently covered in a technology-enabled manner versus which are the ones which need practical, real-world grounding for you to learn fully. So I'll take an example over here. If you take something like content development and planning, which, as you will see, is one of the competencies within technical competencies. Here, there is one aspect. Now, each competency is broken into aspects. So you will see CD.1, which is learning objectives. Now, this is a component which can actually be covered very well by technology, because you can get understanding and practice with many different kinds of learning objectives, even in an online environment. Whereas when you move further on what are some of the pedagogical methods, and then how do you bring them together as an integrated plan for instruction, this is where the real world linkage becomes much more important, and therefore the course starts linking with the practical exercises that one will go through in one's internship. So again, when you go back to where technology may or may not play a strong role, you will find that there are certain competencies where it can play a strong role. There are others where the physical world needs to come in strongly, and a high quality teacher education program needs to blend these two at the daily and weekly level. And that is the last thing I want to say before I stop, which is that, and I realize that we are almost running out of time, that on a daily and weekly basis, it becomes important to blend where technology will be playing a role and where the physical world will come in. So let me actually stop with that, since we are running out of time. And sorry, Mansi, I think you asked two audience questions. I don't know if there is time to answer that.
Yeah, both the questions are about how do we bridge the gap between teachers who have adapted to technology and teachers who are still struggling. Especially teachers who are in the 40-45 age range. That's the question. If you would like to address them.
Sure. So let me take the second question very quickly, which is, yes, older teachers do find it challenging to adapt to technology. Having said that, I think that is something that, when there is a necessity, everyone learns and everyone needs to learn. I think it's about providing the right guidance to these teachers on how technology is not just about teaching in the online mode, and how one needs to use a blend of synchronous and asynchronous, as it's called technically, even in their own teaching, as we've been talking about for teacher education. But let me come back to the first question, which I think is in my mind, the much bigger question, which is how do we bridge the gap between the teachers who have access to resources and the teachers who do not have access to resources. And now, that's a very good question. And I do think that blended teacher education programs need to be designed in line with the kind of resources teachers may have. And incidentally, we are actually also launching one more blended teacher education program, especially for teachers from an affordable private school background. And this program is very specific. This we are doing in partnership with a UK-based university. And this program is designed quite differently, recognizing that many of these teachers may not have devices, may not have continuous internet access, etc. And therefore, the program itself is designed as small, bite-sized chunks where you might be going through 10 to 15 minute modules, or micro modules would be the right word, and doing a series of offline exercises yourself without needing access to the device or the internet at that time. So the program in that sense is designed differently. Now, which also then brings us to the next question on how do you blend these two? So how do you actually have a class which is sufficiently diverse in terms of people with good technology access and those without, And do you design it for the ones without technology access? And I don't think we have an answer to that question yet. I think as we run both these programs over the next 6 months, we will probably learn quite a lot about these two categories and might know more about how that blending could happen.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, ma'am, for sharing your valuable insights. Our YouTube comments are filled with people thanking you for these insights. We're looking forward to learning more from Scenta. Thank you so much. Welcome back to our second session of day one. We're starting this session with Sandeep Rai. He's our Chief of City Operations Teach for India. Teach for America alumnus, Sandeep worked with Ashoka before joining us at Teach for India in 2009. He has been with us since in different capacities. Currently, he works as the Chief of City Operations. Welcome to inspirED, Sandeep. Over to you.
Thank you for that, Mansi. Hi, everyone. It is very good to be here with you today. It's good to be talking with all of you. As Mansi mentioned, I was a Teach for America core member before moving to India. I actually started my journey in Washington, D.C., where I taught 7th and 8th grade science for 2 years. I'm excited today to hold space on some of our biggest and perhaps our simplest learnings about teaching and teacher leadership. And so with that, we're going to go ahead and we are going to jump in and get started. Give me just 1 second. Mansi, I'll need to be able to share screens. Great, thank you so much. And let's jump in. So the 2020 National Education Policy was released a little more than 6 days ago. The last time the central government of India released this document was actually in 1986. That was 34 years ago. And the new document, it calls for a range of investments in early childhood education, in foundational learning, and access to higher education, and assessments, in curriculum, and even in accreditation. And so what it does is it lays out a new vision for student success. And it argues that kids in today's world, they need not only foundational capacities, things like literacy and numeracy, but also what it calls higher order capacities. These are things like 21st century skills like critical thinking, communication, collaboration. You see, it argues that kids need a well-rounded education. And what it does is it cites great Indian scholars, people like Chanakya and Patanjali, who were a product of the Indian education system. And it calls for a well-rounded education and one that gives importance to the arts as well as to the sciences. But the big question is, how do you transform an education system that is so far from a lofty vision? Well, you could argue that we need many things, but we at Teach for India, well, we believe that we need excellent teachers. You see, the research shows that the single greatest investment you can make to a child's life is the quality of the person standing at the front of that room, a strong teacher. And amongst the many investments that the NEP calls for are changes in teacher recruitment and teacher development. It argues that we need to recruit India's best and brightest, that we need to empower India's teachers, that we need to maximize their talents. But it also calls for changes like merit-based promotion, like a 4-year BEd program, and like 50 hours of mandated professional development. All of that, though, you see, that is the how. And before we get into the how, which are changes in training and curriculum, the truth is that we have to ask ourselves the what. What is it that makes a strong teacher? Who is the teacher that India's children need? When you have 53% of 5th grade kids that are unable to read a second standard text, when you have 76% of kids dropping out before the 10th standard, the question we have to be asking ourselves is, what does it mean to recruit the best and brightest? Who are the best and brightest? And if we're trying to develop higher order capacities in our kids, well, then what do we need to develop in our teachers? Over the past 10 years, folks, we at Teach for India have had more than 120,000 young Indians apply to this fellowship. We have selected 7% of them. And we've had 3,500 people complete our fellowship. These are young Indians who have spent 2 years of their lives teaching in government and low-income schools, working to transform the lives of students from low-income backgrounds. And each year for the past 12 years, we have paused to study our most effective teachers. These are teachers like 23-year-old Shivani, who spent 2 years working in Sangam, Bihar, working to ensure her students made it to college. These are teachers like Satyam, who got 100% of his kids to not only pass 10th grade mathematics, but to get distinction in first class. These are teachers like Pooja, who got her kids to grade level while simultaneously forming a working group for mothers to make sure that they felt more empowered to live their own lives. And so why did we study these teachers? Well, it was to ask ourselves this: what are we learning from the teachers who are successfully putting their kids on a fundamentally different life path? And over the next 20 minutes, you see, well, I'm going to share our 5 biggest learnings. And before I do that, I'm going to pause and I'm going to ask you to take a minute and ask yourself, if you had to list down the 5 characteristics of a strong teacher, what would they be? So I want you to come over to the chat box on YouTube and actually list down what are the 5 characteristics of a strong teacher in your minds. Take the next 60 seconds. So come on over to the chat box. What are the 5 characteristics of a strong teacher in your mind? Seeing some responses starting to come in now. And as you continue to get those in, well, I'm going to introduce you to a few teachers who've really shaped some of our thinking. First one should be Nalika Braganza. Some of you may have just been in her session a few minutes ago. She was 20 years old when she joined the Teach for India Fellowship. She had just graduated from Sophia's College in Mumbai, and she had given up a dream to attend the prestigious Oxford University. Why? Because she felt like the children of India needed more great teachers. And I'll never forget the day that I walked into Nalika's 4th grade classroom. Kids were engaging with art, they were singing, they were having fun, but they were learning really rigorous content. They were comparing and contrasting high-level books and passages. They were learning about ancient art history. Travel 1,400 kilometers north to Delhi. This classroom in Sangam Vihar is reading Harry Potter. They're engaging with the 6th grade text and making connections to their own lives. And they're only in the 2nd standard. I'm going to show you a clip from Nirali's classroom who taught these 2nd graders.
We are reading the book called Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone. It is my favorite book ever.
So we're discussing the potions master. And who is this potions master in Harry Potter?
It teaches us personality traits.
What about his personality? What do we know till now?
I like Ron very much because his personality is extremely good and he's very kind, and he doesn't like Hermione because she is bossy.
Solution is the what? There are many solutions to a problem? Yes or no? Yes. Everybody is participating and everybody has ideas. So everybody's solution is fine. I don't want solutions which the author gave you. Okay? I want you to be thinking, to be imagining of a better solution. Why I'm giving you one question as a team is so that you can all think together. We're going to have more brains to think together to get better solutions. Okay?
When Nirali is not there, then I cannot speak in English. I don't know how to answer the questions. Not Nirali is come there. She tell us and we are change a lot.
I don't want all 4 solutions to be call up Hagrid, call up a ghost, call up Dumbledore. Please think, create.
And that is learning number 1. Great teachers hold their students to high expectations. They don't let poverty or life circumstance dictate what their kids can do. And the research backs that up. A 2009 study showed that students who are held to high expectations are significantly more likely to outperform their peers. It's not just soft stuff that we're talking about. The research and the data actually backs it up. Let's now travel 1,400 kilometers back southwest to the city of Pune. And I want you to meet Jay Mishra, the son of a truck conductor. Jay shared a similar background of the 38 government school 7th graders that he taught. He was rejected to the Teach for India Fellowship twice before finally getting accepted. And 30 days into his fellowship, he decided to move into the community where his kids reside. Why? Because he wanted to develop better relationships with his parents and kids. And so every day after school, Jay would have tea with parents. He would thought partner with kids. Fast forward 18 months. Well, those relationships, they came to fruition. The government of Pune told Jay that his kids wouldn't have an 8th grade classroom to attend, meaning that many of them would drop out. And so Jay mobilized the parents, community leaders, and school officials to advocate. They actually went to the corporator's office. They sent letters, phone calls, everything you could imagine. And 3 months later, well, the corporator caved. 8th grade classrooms were established. It was a huge move. And today, 100% of Jay's kids are studying in college. And Jay still is living in that community, working to improve the lives of kids and parents all around him. Here's a bit of a clip from Jay's interview that we took several years ago.
I started with a normal class parents meeting, right? I and along with my school principal, we entered in all the parents teachers meeting. They've thrown like a bunch of questions which I was just not able to answer. The questions were like, "Aap ek saal se ho kahan the ab tak?" Some of parents have this mindset, you cannot change this public education system. This is a government school or ye aise hi chalta rahega. I said, fine. I accept everything what they said. And then I said, fine, just help me for 1 month. Support. I need your support for a month. After a month, when I had my first parents conference call somewhere, there all the 360 parents I've invited. Luckily, all of them turned up. Right, 360 parents. I was dealing with them like a back-to-back sessions, and I was the only person who was talking to them on that particular day. And all of them were happy. They were just more than happy, and all of them were shocked. Right. How a public school can change so much within a month, right? And there I started giving all the credit to the parents, right? 360 parents, I said, it's just because of you. This school is running because of you and school principal and the teachers and the kids. They are going to stay here. Still, if you want commitment from my side, I have already committed to this community. I'm not going to leave Pune unless this school is going to transform fully. In my first year of fellowship,
And that is our second lesson. You see, great teachers have the humility and the wisdom to partner with parents and students. And while the research also backs it up. The research shows that when you get parents more involved in the education of low-income kids or kids anywhere, you are much more likely to get student gains and student outcomes to go up. We're going to travel 1,400 kilometers back north, and we're going to meet Shivani Agarwal. You see, at the very beginning of her fellowship, 30 days into teaching her third graders, Shivani did something that most new teachers never find the time to do. She stepped back and she paused. You see, she thought about what she wanted from her kids. She thought about what her kids needed from their classroom, what they needed to climb out of poverty. And after days of reflection, she sat down and she penned down her thoughts into an evolving vision statement. And that vision statement read exactly like this. She said, I want every student to graduate from my class as self-aware, responsible individuals with the grit and the initiative to overcome any challenges in their path and create opportunities to reach their dreams. My students will create quantifiable goals for themselves in all areas, and they will be able to actively pursue and create opportunities to engage in interests that they are passionate about outside of the curriculum. It's a lofty vision, but then what Shivani did next is what really matters. She worked her way backwards. She developed a plan to get her to that vision. Everything in her class was linked to dreams, to college, to grit, to exposure. And when those visions, when people like Shivani take these visions and they translate them to kids, and you start to hear kids talking about what they want, well, here's what it can look like. I'm going to show you a clip from another classroom of a child named Kusum talking about her vision after she's internalized the role she needs to play in creating visions for kids around her.
What I think an excellent education is that not only studying and being good in all subjects and good getting full marks and all that. For me, an excellent education is getting full marks in your values and inside your heart what type of person you are. I have improved a lot in last 2 years because in the class I get angry a lot of time and I start being angry and shouting on everyone. But now I have improved a lot. I became more courageous than before because I was very scared from everything near people around me, and whenever I'm talking to someone, I was very shy to talk to someone. But now I'm very courage, because in last 2 years I learned how to be courage from Maya. The vision for our community is one day everyone will get an excellent education. So it is talking about everyone. That means each child will get an excellent education, not only one person. So that's why we all should work together and think about the vision. And I think my first step will be thinking only about the vision. And then second step, thinking about the community. And the third step will be thinking a vision up for the community. So I'm not going to do that alone. I need everyone's help. If I will make a vision alone, then that means I'm not making for my community. If I have to make a vision for my community, we all have to work together and then work on that vision. I think this is important because everyone have vision for each other. If it is for community, then it should be everyone. Because if I will say my vision for community is this, so I want to do this. Do you think alone you will do can you do something? No. So if we will work together and do teamwork, okay, let's take a...
When teachers set strong visions, kids follow. Kids set visions as well. And that is lesson number 3. Great teachers develop bold and transformational visions for their kids. They set audacious goals. They are ambitious enough to dream big. And not because they want to, but because they realize that their kids need them to. And they use those visions to guide every single action in their classroom. And so meet Ashwat now. He's the brains and the coordinator behind this inspirED conference. He's also the developer of Firki. But 9 years ago, you see, he was teaching more than 100 3rd and 4th graders in the city of Pune. He knew that his students needed to master 4th grade mathematics, but he also knew that they needed the higher order capacities that the NEP just called for. So he turned his entire classroom for 6 straight months into a team of architects. You see, his students were going to design a model city. And so every day when they came into class, well, they would practice measurements for buildings. They would calculate angles. They would learn about the history of cities. All that so that they could build their own model cities. You see, Ashwat knew that he needed to build future citizens who could apply what they learned. And to do so, he knew that he needed to get creative. It's the same creativity that fueled Kamna's 5th graders to be the world explorers, where they began cleaning up the city of Mumbai. The same creativity that led to this classroom of joy, as it called itself, in Ahmedabad. And that, folks, is lesson number 4. You see, great teachers are creative and they are innovative. They work relentlessly to keep learning relevant to their kids' lives, to make sure that what their kids are learning is actually relevant to what they see around them, to the world around them, so that they can make connections that are pertinent and necessary. Finally, I want you to meet Robin. He taught 9th grade. His students got to him more than 4 years behind grade level. And to get them to pass and to excel in the 10th standard, he knew that he had to move twice as fast. And so every day after school, Robin sat with his data and he thought critically about how to get better. Every single day, he poured through reading levels, mastery scores for the day, and observations of his kids. He made his kids do the same. You see, every class started with a reflection circle where his students would think back to their progress from the day before. And when those practices come together, when you have teachers and kids reflecting on their progress, you see something like this teacher puja that I'm about to show you. You see, here's what it can look like in a classroom when teachers and kids are reflecting.
Out of it. All right, so we're going to reflect on our dreams. You remember we started the day by writing our dreams? Can all of you just close your eyes for 1 minute and just remember what we did in the morning? Whether it's becoming a dancer, a singer, a doctor, an engineer, coming to school should help you to fulfill those dreams. Can you please share your dreams
and how coming to school is going to help you to achieve that dream?
Yes, I want to become a singer and I am coming to school.
I did have a vision for my classroom, but when I came to my class with my vision, I wanted each and every child to have their own vision for themselves, and we integrated the vision. So it was never me imposing a vision on them. I told them, this is what I feel should be there. You let me know what you feel. We are coming into the class to learn from each other. I'm teaching you things. You teach me. It's like a two-way process. And never are we going to force anything on each other. Let's give her a bubble clap. 1, 2, 3. Out of it.
And that is lesson number 5. Great teachers reflect and continuously strive to get better for the kids that they serve. And the research always backs that up as well. It shows that when teachers take the time out to focus on cumulative reviews, when teachers take the time out to be able to think critically about where they're heading, their likelihood of actually impacting student outcomes grows. And that brings us to our closing, folks. 5 big lessons. Great teachers hold their kids to high expectations. Great teachers have the humility and the wisdom to partner with parents and kids. Great teachers develop bold and transformational visions for their kids. Great teachers are creative and innovative to keep learning relevant. And great teachers reflect and continuously strive to get better for the kids that they serve. It may seem incredibly simple, but behind it is a tremendous amount of research and practice that has been proven over and over again. And so in these last 2 minutes that we have together, I want to close with one question for you, and I'm going to ask you to come back to the chat box. So come back to that YouTube chat box with me. The NEP wants to transform Indian education. To deliver on that vision and to deliver on that promise, what do you think India's teachers will need? Come back to the chat box with me, take the next 2 minutes, and we will close out with your responses to that one big question. So to deliver on the NEP's vision of a 21st century education, what do you think India's teachers will need? Someone said experience, adaptability, creativity, passion. They'll need a great vision. Love the comments that are coming in. They'll need the heart to change. Compassion again. They'll need accountability. They'll need a growth mindset. Let's hear a few more. What do you think India's teachers will need? They'll need to become students again. How profound, yes. They'll need humility. They'll need vision. Support and belief in all kids. A whole lot of passion, empathy, couldn't resonate more. They'll need to be change makers. They'll need to be confident, flexible. They'll need to be values-based. They'll need to be resilient. Love some of these comments coming in, folks. With this, I leave you with the thought that we have a tall order ahead of us if we are going to transform the educational system of India. And we cannot do it without investing greatly into our teachers. The question we need to be asking ourselves is, what do we need to build within our teachers? And my hope is that these 5 learnings provide a bit of a path. To all of you, a happy World Teachers Day, and I hope you enjoy the rest of this conference. Thank you very much.
2, 1, go. Hi everyone. I hope you've had a great day one so far. It's about to get better. Here we have a panel discussion. I'm going to introduce our speaker today. His name is Saurav Taneja. He's the CEO of Akanksha Foundation. It's a non-profit organization with a mission to impact lives of low-income children, enabling them to maximize their potential and transform their lives. He leads a team of 500 faculties and staff, close to 800 volunteers, also 20 schools that educate 7,000 children, and a network of 1,700 Akanksha alumni across Mumbai and Pune. Before joining the Akanksha Foundation, Saurav also worked with the both Shiksha Samiti, UNICEF, and the government of Rajasthan on a large school transformation projects. He has also worked on key education policies. Welcome to inspirED, Saurav. We are thrilled to host you and the diverse panel you have today. Any more time from the session, over to you.
Thank you, Mansi, Ashwath, and the entire FIRKI team for setting up such a great day. I had the opportunity to listen into the keynote, Karthik Muralidharan, a while ago, and it was such a pertinent conversation. And I'm really excited to bring this panel together. People who have really inspired me over my journey as an educator. The theme of the conversation today is innovation in schools. And I will tell you in a minute why this theme is important and then hand it over to my panelists to introduce themselves. The NEP has set forth some really bold and ambitious goals that need to be accomplished in the coming 5 years as well as the next couple of decades. While the technological advancements have penetrated so many other sectors, unfortunately, the schools, the model of the schools have stayed largely the same at scale level for almost 2 centuries now. Sir Ken Robinson has very passionately spoken about the need to reimagine and redesign our schools. And the panelists that we have today are people who have constantly pushed the envelope on innovation in their respective spaces. And with that, I would like to hand it over to our youngest panelist, Prajwal, to introduce himself, and then we will go around in the circle.
Gayan, and I am a student studying in the 10th standard from the school DNMPS, which is ran by the Akanksha Foundation. In the future, I wish to become a responsible citizen and help others just like the Akanksha Foundation has helped me. And I am really happy to attend this meeting today and looking forward to it.
Thank you, Prajwal. Shalini, please go ahead.
Okay. Hi, I'm Shalini. Shalini Sachdev. I am the school leader of KC Thakre Vidyaniketan School, which was the first Akanksha school to be started. As you know, Akanksha Foundation has 21 schools over Mumbai and Pune. And what we do over here is we try to, innovation is a word that has been used very, very often, but we are trying to build a network of innovative schools that really that are able to look at the real issues and then solve for them without the constraints. Before this, I was with the foundation with Rahul Bose, and before that, I was with Pratham. I've been working, and before that, I was an Akanksha teacher. So I've been working with children in the sector for about 16 years now. I've been very fortunate to have that opportunity.
Thank you, Shalini. Vishnu?
Thanks, Saurabh. Thank you for this opportunity to be a part of this wonderful panel, including Prajwal. I must say, in the season of Zoom webinars over the last 6 months, this is the first one I'm sharing with a student leader, and I'm really thrilled doing this session with all of you. A bit about my background. I've been in the field of education for the last 15 years, prior to which in my previous life, I was a management consultant, realized the mistake early on, and then got into education. For the last 12 years or so, I've been with the Heritage Group of Schools. This is a group of project-based learning schools, about 15 years old, These are mainstream CBSE schools, but we've pushed the boundaries of the CBSE curriculum into making that curriculum relevant, meaningful, and authentic. In it, I've served in different capacities with the Heritage Group, starting from an economics teacher, head of a school, and right now I'm the director for the group of schools looking after instruction leadership and setting up of new campuses.
Thank you, Vishnu. Thank you. Shweta?
Good evening, everybody. Very, very grateful to be a part of this panel. When I started my journey as a school leader, Shalini Didi and Saurabh were my two role models to look forward to. And after 5 years being in this panel, just really grateful. I'm Shweta. I'm Shweta Sarkar. I'm the co-founder and school leader for IT schools. Prior to my school leadership journey, I was a fellow, a 2013 fellow in Pune city, taught in a government school here in grade 6th and 7th, which is when the crisis at large became a lot more clearer and a lot more personal. In short, if we look at it, we started off with waging a war at the problem, which had lack of access to secondary schools in the Pune city. So in 2015, IT Schools was founded. We run free high-impact secondary schools for the most under-resourced students. Our school function on a public-private partnership model, much like the charter schools in the other parts of the world. And since 2015, we've been able to expand it to 9 schools, 2 cities this year. We're serving about 2,500 students and alumni with about 170 staff members. So, yeah.
Thank you, Shweta and everyone. So delving quickly into this, 3 different school models, secondary schools, 8th, 9th, and 10th I teach, Akanksha K to 10, Vishnu K to 12, fee-paying schools, yet fee-paying parents, yet in one of the best schools in the country. I want to really start with knowing from each of you, including Prajwal, what's the single biggest barrier to continue innovation at the school level from your vantage point? Just one. And would love to go ahead, Prajwal.
Sure. So for me, I think that one big barrier, which is also ignored by many people, is the fear of change people have in themselves. Because nowadays, many parents are like, if there is when we mean by innovation, we say that new methods of teaching and new methods of learning, many parents fear that their kids may not grasp the idea, or they may not very well get going with the idea, and this may affect their studies negatively and their academics as well. So they just want to stick to the traditional ways of ideas, and they do not want to adapt to a new way of idea which is better, and so they fear the change. And I think that is a very big barrier, because they have that mindset that this new method will not work, we should only stick to the traditional method. So they don't want that innovation, they don't want that change. So I think this is a very big barrier that needs to be overcome by the parents and the teachers, and as well as the students too.
Thank you, Prajwal. Vishnu, would you like to build on that from your experience?
Absolutely. I think Prajwal stole my words, and for once I'm really happy somebody stole my words. I think if you ask me, and after spending about 12-13 years trying to do reform and innovation in a K-12 context, in the urban K-12 context, I have come to realize the biggest barriers, among the other several things we know of, could be policy, could be government intervention, could be several other things. But I think the biggest barrier, which nobody talks about, I think is the mindset of parents itself. It is a hard realization I experienced in the first 3 or 4 years of our own journey. For example, when we removed, textbooks and introduced assessments, the first people who had a lot of concerns and worries were parents. In fact, the first year, this was in 2009, when we introduced some of the reform in the heritage schools, I remember 15-20% of the parents left the school. They just felt this is a lot of experimentation happening and we want more tradition. I think parents love a certain predictability and certainty, and they love experiencing what they've experienced themselves as children in their own school. Unfortunately, education, unlike medicine or any other sector, all consumers have experienced it for 14 years themselves. So everybody thinks that they know education. And I think parents definitely have a lot of fear, like Prajwal pointed out, in terms of allowing some reform and innovation, the way the children learn. The second problem also is that the higher education in our country, the entry level criteria for higher education in our country hasn't much changed over the last 20 years. So parents are also compelled to look at the high stake testing which happens to enter higher education institutes, and they design the entire 14 years of learning experience downstream from that grade 12 examination. So the tragedy is, for one exam into grade 12, I think much of Indian parents and Indian schools keep repeating an ineffective learning problem. One last point, Saurabh, I also want to give credit to why parents do certain things, and not that I'm putting the blame squarely on the parents. I think another problem, unlike in the West, is bulk of at least 50% of children go to private schools, and these private schools depend on a fee-based system. So the incentive to do reform is also based on what parents want. And in social sectors like education or health, it's actually not a good thing for the consumer to take all the choices. You want to have a public policy stand also to make reforms happen. But because this is based on fee the parent pays, and parents is compelled by the fear of higher education, the reform has not happened so much. So that's one of the systemic challenges we also have beyond what parents think.
Such great points, Vishnu and Prajwal, connected to parent mindset. Shweta, would love to hear your thinking on what you think has been the biggest barrier at IT school in your role as a co-founder and leader.
Yeah. I think I'd like to, not with respect to just only IT schools, but broadly, I would say the single biggest barrier has been, I think, our inability to be able to hear a student and their voices. In basically including their voices into building schools. We've been, be it at a policy level, be it at a system level or the ground level or at an intervention level, we've been very resistant, hesitant, and if I have to say this correctly, been to some extent afraid of listening to what our students might have to say of the system we are creating for them. And this also comes from a place of, because we've all been very used to seeing compliance around us. We've grown up into a compliance system, be it school, be it home. So anything that is other than compliance just makes us very uncomfortable. And to design a system for millions of students and to think of that, allowing a space for students to question, to raise a doubt, to question the system that you have created, to allow for some re-evaluation, that just sits, that's discomforting for a lot of the educators in the system currently. So I feel like that's been our biggest barriers, because I truly believe that students have incredible ideas that could reimagine our school education system, and we're not listening to them yet.
Thank you. Such a pertinent point, Shweta, over there about student voice. Shalini, anything that you would like to add to this? What's been the single biggest barrier to sustain innovation? I know we are struggling with the tech issues, Shalini. Sorry, I think I'm not able to hear Shalini. So I'm just going to go quickly to the next section and bring Shalini's input on that. Vishnu and Shweta, and then I will come to Prajwal in this question at the end. How are you then building and sustaining a culture that allows for innovation to stay? Like, I have been to both your schools and I'm blown away, right? Heritage Absolutely mind-blowing what you've managed to build, Vishnu, with your team. Shweta, despite all the pressures of the board exam prep, like there are a lot of, like the traditional way of thinking that you have managed to break with your staff and parents. Would love to hear, how are you going about building this culture at your school level?
You want me to go first, or I can wait for Shweta to answer?
Go for it, Vishnu.
Thank you, Shweta. So I think one of the fundamental design principles we had when we set up the heritage schools is that, it could be quite controversial, but I think kind of worked for us, is that I think children are an excuse for adults to learn and grow, which essentially means just the way we have a curriculum for children to learn, even more important than that is a curriculum for adults to unlearn. So a lot of our work starts with working with the parents and of course the teachers too. In fact, the first day the parents join our school, when they pay the fees, we give them a big contract, and an entire section of that contract deals with the minimum number of workshop hours they need to commit every year. And it's a contract. We say that there's about 14 days they got to attend every year. Of course, it's more in the initial years, and it kind of gets reduced as they move to adolescence. The idea is that they have to commit to a learning journey with the school. And we've seen that when the school invests a lot around building that understanding collectively, then parents absolutely respond, because everybody, if you appeal to their higher sense, all human beings want to reach them. It's an unmet desire, which is phenomenal. In fact, one of the reasons of a transformation of the heritage schools, we appeal to parents' higher self. They might be, they begin with the mindset of paucity, constraint, fear, competition, limited resources. But the moment you start letting them see the possibilities of education, about the child's potential, they really want more and more of more meaningful learning experiences. So in the beginning, we used to take all sets of parents to Rishikesh for a 4-day retreat, for example, and a lot of the retreats around the self, helping parents question why do they want to educate their child? What is the role of a parent? What is the purpose of a child in this universe? Fundamental questions you asking the right question, parents start unfolding in it. Of course, now we don't have to take them out, because I think the culture has also become more set now. So there's a certain self-selection which happens when parents join us, which is a wrong thing. We're trying to change that. We're trying to be as inclusive as possible and help parents unfold. So my answer to your question, Saurabh, is I think when schools and school systems invest a lot working around the self of the parent, parents do rise up to that occasion for sure. And second, of course, is delivering results. Extremely important. In the first 7 years of our existence, post the transformation into a progressive school, we often said to our parents that, hey, we don't care about results because results can't define the future of our children. But I think over time, we realize it's a crime to say that in a country like India, or in any country in Asia for that matter, because for many parents and many families, it is the only legitimate way of social mobility, and we can't take that away from parents. So now our statement is, give 12 years of your child's life to us to do meaningful work. The last 2 years will ensure that they get ready for any competitive exam in this world. And when the results show, parents have absolute buy-in to whatever we do in the first 12 years of their lives.
Got it. So it's like that's the best way to navigate the tension and the compromise in between the high-stakes exam, vis-a-vis still ensuring that the bulk of the learning journey has been fairly meaningful. Great. Thanks, Vishnu. Shweta, any reflections on that? How have you gone about building that culture?
I think I would say I'm still in the process of building that culture. I think what I've realized is that on how students, what the design for the school should be. And while I have all of that idea in my head, my staff might not think the same way, and definitely our parents would not be, thinking in that same line of thought. So I think a lot of work has gone into just first accepting that बच्चों के तरफ से हमें आवाज चाहिए, ये accept करना both staff और parents की तरफ से बहुत जरूरी था. To give you one small example is we've been seeing over the years we've discussed a lot, right? Parent disinvestment is a biggest barrier in our low income schools, right? And but we've never really dug deep into as to why there's so much of a gap when it comes to a low income household support with parents, and in a middle income and then versus a high income household. And when we sort of dug deep, and in the last 3 years, we figured out that our parents need a lot of support. Support in terms of the kind of culture that students have in school at this point of time. They are celebrated for achievements. They're acknowledged for the growth they make in the school. The teachers work with them to manage their failures. However, our parents don't know to do any of these things when they go back home. They don't know how to celebrate it. They don't know how to acknowledge things. They don't know how to manage things when they are difficult with their child. And I felt like that was an opportunity for us to explore that area. We started doing parent workshops. Apart from having parent-teacher-student meetings that informs the parent about the report cards and all, we started holding monthly parent workshops for our parents, teaching them what does... we are practicing restorative culture in school. How do you translate that? How do you translate those small pieces back into their homes? They learn that skill with us. They practice it here. What we've seen is that divide is big. It's huge. And we've been going one parent at a time. We've not been able to say that all parents have been able to sort of understand that culture that our students need. But I'm positive that we've had a massive shift in terms of the number of parents who believe that our students require a certain culture back at home as well to be able to succeed in their lives. So yeah.
Thank you, Shweta. Prajwal, I would love to hear from you. What are some of the innovations that you have experienced as a student in your learning journey over the past 10 years? One or two examples, and any particular role that you played in it?
Yeah, so I wanted to talk that when we talk about innovation, for example, in our school, in our school DNMPS, we do not mean technology and stuff like that. But for us, innovation are new ideas or creative ideas, new methods of teaching and things like that. For example, in our school, when we have classes, the teachers do not only teach with only the lectures and the test books. Instead, they may give us some group activities to do. They may give us a role play to perform. And also for lower grades, they have, for example, if they have a science class and they are learning about plants, the teachers may take them to the garden and make them So in our school, a creative idea that we had in our school was peer counseling. In that, what happens, we had students from the upper grade and students from the lower grade collaborate with each other, and they used to talk with each other on a weekly basis or whenever they wanted for 1 hour or 2 hours every week. And in that period, they used to always ask each other their problems and how they are going through school and what's happening at their home, any problems, difficulties. And they used to sit together and solve all their problems by talking with each other or having fun with each other. So this helped because the teachers may not understand students very well, but the students understand each other really, really well. So that's why the idea was very creative, and also it worked really well because after a few days, the students which were involved in the peer counseling, the lower grade as well as the upper grades students, all were showing really good personal development and also academic development, and also had some good mental health also too. So I think innovation should not only be focused on technology and things like that, but also the innovation should be focused on what are the ideas, how creative can you think, and how can you do something with least resources as well. So I think that is a culture of innovation in our school.
Fantastic, Prajwal. Such great insights. So 2-3 big takeaways. One, importance of parental engagement and parental voice, what both Vishnu and Shweta spoke about it. Second, power of student engagement and taking them along in this. Third, innovation need not be resource intensive. It can be done in low cost, low resource environment. And it is not, innovation does not always equal technology, right? Like Prajwal shared that I think it's the idea about creative thinking. I know we have 10 minutes left, panelists. I wanted to give the opportunity for all the audience who are logging in on YouTube and Facebook to send in some of the questions. And just in case we have last 5 minutes, that can be directed towards one of you. So people who are listening to us, if you have any questions that you would like to ask our panelists, feel free to post them and we will take them in the last 3 to 4 minutes. I have one question for all of you, and Shalini, because we can see you, we will give you the first opportunity this time to go ahead. Shalini, what's the one recommendation that you would like to make to the administrators or policymakers on allowing or enabling a culture of innovation at the school level for fulfillment of the vision of NEP?
One thing we do when we are waiting, we tend to throw out the bathwater. What I mean to say is that just because an innovation is required, is important, doesn't mean that we know of the power work. We have to build on what's working. So that would be one thought that I've been having while I was hearing everybody speak. That's one thought which I was that was recurring in my mind. And the other thought is that we see so much, when we're talking about a culture of innovation, what we mean is that we want teachers to build on their relationship with the students. And a beautiful example is what Prajwal just shared, because students have the answers to their own problems, to make that space. And if you call that innovation, so be it. But that's the bottom line for education. And where the NEP is concerned, a lot of what it talks about is, so much of it is already happening in small pockets. We need to figure out a way to make the dream walk on the ground. And by that, I mean that how do we turn that innovation into a system so that, it becomes a norm? How do these solutions happen? And how do we enable school leaders, again, walking that balance between what's conforming for everybody and to allow for newness to emerge? How do you walk that balance? How do you allow that autonomy to schools? And once you have identified the idea, how do you make it work? Because to make it work in a classroom, to make it work for a school, to make it work for a system, I mean, no school may not know how to do a system, so they require help with that. And so if the system has to become a system of innovation and encourage a culture of innovation, we have to have a way to recognize what we need on the ground. What does that person need to make that into a system? Right? Good ideas sit on the shelves all the time. Right? How do we systematize it? How do we think through the planning phases and the resources phases and the nuts and bolts and really make it walk on the ground? Thank you, Saurabh.
Thank you. Vishnu, any reflections on this? And Shweta and Prajwal, there are some interesting questions coming up in the chat, and I will direct some of those to you both. Vishnu, any thoughts?
Saurabh, just to be right, your question is around how to make innovation sustain. Is that the question?
What's the advice that you would offer to the administrators or policymakers to be able to enable a culture of innovation and reimagination to fulfill these ambitious goals that have been laid out in NEP?
Frankly, I could be a contrarian, Saurabh. A question like, how do we realize the goals of NEP? I really don't know if innovation is the answer. I think accountability is more important than innovation at this stage of our journey as a country. and I'm not an expert at this. My experience has largely been in private, unaided schools as against public aided schools. Those are a very different ballgame altogether. But my general commentary when I look at the state of K-12 schools, private or public, is I think there is a general need for the right set of accountability. For example, I think Anustup was having a chat. I'm really interested in what he's going to talk about. Is getting the right pedagogy in the classroom is a big problem in our country, even for the best of the private schools. Because unlike the US, unlike in many of the nations where they come high on the OECD rankings, we still haven't got a collective understanding as a country on what are the pedagogical protocols you got to do in a classroom. And for me, it's more about accountability. For me, it's more about a culture of coaching, giving feedback. For me, it's a culture of continuous professional development on the craft of teaching in it. Second is around using data wisely to make continuous school improvements. If you focus on these two fundamental foundational processes, innovation is bound to happen. But if you don't have these two things, and when school systems start to innovate, which by the way, a lot of schools have tried, I think those are very expensive, and often our children pay the price.
Thank you, Vishnu, for that perspective. I think what I noticed from the chat window, there are two themes of questions that emerged, and Shweta and Prajwal, tell me if any one of you would like to address that. And one question is best answered by Vishnu. One is that currently, in the current state that we are in, how are you investing parents in online learning? And Shweta, I know iTeach has been doing that. It is being seen as one of the sort of more innovative approaches of virtual learning, and the jury is still out. But any thoughts on that? And Vishnu, one question that we probably would love to have you respond is, what's the extent to which you can actually go about investing parents in high income schools, like high fee paying schools, like all the schools that you cater to? So Shweta, any thoughts on that?
Yeah. I think especially this pandemic, I think we've become very close to our parents. Earlier, it was more of the students need to do well with respect to behavior or with respect to academics. And, our parental engagement has been very much centered around that. But for the first time, I think we've been able to open our hearts out and minds out to just understand what they've been going through in this pandemic. And I think that has opened some of those doors for us to engage with them a lot more freely. We've, over the last 6 months, we knew that this time is going to be very difficult to engage with our parents. So we ensured that we understood, first, how are parents doing with respect to their economic condition at this point of time, with respect to food, health, security at their homes, and what do they need to be able to ensure that because our parents currently have to make a very tough choice between livelihood and education. It's like this time has actually forced them to choose between the both. And we've been having parent check-ins with the teachers, the advisors have been doing that. In the initial months, we've been having weekly check-ins with the parents to understand what they need. We've been trying to sort of cater to some of those concerns that were there at that point of time. But broadly, I think giving them a space to make them feel heard, that ये है हमारा problem दीदी, अब कोई सुन नहीं रहा है हमारे उस problem को, but there's a teacher from school and then there are principals from schools who are willing to actually give them that space to come online and just listen to it. So I think that has built a lot of trust with our parents. We still struggle with building that connection with few parents, of course, but that has made our parents believe that what they're saying right now, that the students have to show up to school, is very, very important. And I'm going to trust them on this, and I'm going to send my child to school because the didis and bhaiyas are saying so. And it's broadly that has worked out primarily over the last 5-6 months.
Thank you. Vishnu and Prajwal, we are like 1 minute out. 20 seconds, Vishnu. How do you go about gaining flexibility to invest parents?
It's a great question, Saurabh. As much I'm a big advocate of parent involvement, but I also know that schools that listen to parents too much can become a very corporate school, and in some sense, you become so customer centric that you just pander to what parents' fears are. And I've seen a lot of schools do that of late in the name of accountability, in the name of parent involvement, that is very detrimental to parents, to students. Parents often struggle in two paradigms, which schools need to change. One paradigm is that most parents are a parent of their child, but a school's paradigm is you've got to be a parent of all children in the class. You have to make the transition. Second, parents think that I'm going to be a parent for the child to get him ready for a college or a job, but a school has to expect a parent to be a parent for life, to help a child realize his or her human potential, nothing to do with careers or jobs. It's just subsets. But these two paradigms, to make that happen, is extremely difficult, and hence schools can't be too pandering to parents' views. In fact, school has to be loyal only to the school's vision, and parents are good stakeholders or collaborators to it. But your loyalty cannot be to the parents' desires and wishes in some sense. It's very difficult to answer this question in 20 seconds. But the bottom line is you collaborate with parents, but a school leader should always be loyal to the school's vision and not parents' fears.
Understood. Thank you. Prajwal, one summary of the whole thing. What are you taking away from this conversation about innovation in schools? And then we will close it out on that. Really quick answer.
Yeah, for this from this meeting, the one thing that I take away for school is that when the schools reopen, I think my thoughts on the ways of teaching and learning have really changed on how the school should be and how we need to involve parents and how everything will be different. So I think I will take away that we have to adapt to change because the world is changing and we always have to keep changing and adapting to everything that is going around. So that will be one takeaway from my side.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. We're out of time. Thank you, Prajwal, Vishnu, and Shweta and Shalini for participating in this discussion. Really, really appreciate that. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Baba.
Thank you. Good to be here.
1, go. Hi everyone. Welcome to inspirED. I hope everybody is having a great day one. This next introduction is extra special to us. We have with us Jyoti Mahajan. She's a teacher. She teaches in a government school in Himachal Pradesh. She has faced all the challenges that all our government school teachers currently are facing. When the learning moved virtual, Jyoti ma'am got all her students and their paid email IDs, downloaded handouts. She's in touch with each parent. She's in touch with each parent every day to make sure that all the students are able to attend this class. She lives 15 kilometers away from her home and has completed this entire task of organizing this classroom on foot. We have with her right now for a live master class. We're about to see a class with students across grades, what Jyoti calls multi-grade teaching. In today's topic, her overall theme is animals. For class 1 and 2, poem recitation is happening. For 3 to 5, identification of wild animals and domestic animals, EVS. Jyoti ma'am, we are so privileged to witness this class today. Thank you so much. Please go ahead.
थैंक यू मैम. माई सेल्फ ज्योति महाजन. मैं अपनी क्लास स्टार्ट करती हूँ. सबसे पहले मैं जिन बच्चों के नाम लूंगी सिर्फ वही अपने आप को म्यूट करते जाएंगे. अभी मैं अपना टॉपिक जो है वो इंट्रोड्यूस नहीं करूंगी, आप खुद उस टॉपिक को इंट्रोड्यूस करेंगे अपने जो मेरे बच्चे हैं. निहारिका अपने यहाँ स्पीकर ऑन करेंगे. आपने मेरे पीछे दोहराना है. हम एक कविता बोलेंगे. शोर मचा बेला है, बेला है,
बिल्ला है,
जानवरों का मेला है,
जानवरों का
मेला है,
जानवरों का मेला है,
जानवरों का मेला है,
जानवरों का मेला है.
आप म्यूट करो फटाफट. नितिन और भरत जल्दी से ऑन करेंगे. वन का बाग धाड़ता,
वन का बाग धाड़ता,
हाथी खड़ा चिंगाड़ता,
हाथी खड़ा चिंगाड़ता.
नेक्स्ट अंकु. गधा जोर से रेंगता, रेंगता जैसे दिखता,
गधा
जोर से रेंगता,
जोर से रेंगता, जोर से रेंगता.
कुत्ता भौ भौ भौंकता,
कुत्ता भौ भौ करता.
ठीक है. पारस फटाफट. बड़े मजे की बेला है, जस्सी बड़े मजे की बेला है, बड़े मजे की बेला है, बड़े
मजे की बेला है,
जानवरों का मेला है,
जानवरों का मेला है.
कमलेश. गाय बंधी रंभाती है,
गाय बंधी रंभाती है,
बकरी तो मिमी आती है,
बकरी तो मिनी आती है.
हाँ, वेरी गुड. विवेक. घोड़ा हिनहिनाए कैसा,
घोड़ा हिनहिनाए ऐसा,
धोए धोए ढूंढ के भैंसा,
धोए धोए ढूंढ के भैंसा.
वेरी गुड. नव्या. बढ़िया रेलम रेला है,
बड़ी बड़ी रेलम रेला है,
बढ़िया रेलम रेला है,
बढ़िया रेलम है, बढ़िया रेलम है.
जानवरों का मेला है,
जानवरों का मेला है.
अभी आप सब म्यूट करें और इस कविता को दोबारा से सुने. मैं पिक्चर्स के साथ दिखाती हूँ, ठीक है. शोर मचा अलबेला है, जानवरों का मेला है, वन का भाग दहाड़ता, वन का भाग दहाड़ता, दहाड़ता, गधा जोर से रेंगता, कुत्ता भौं भौं भौंकता, बकरी तो मिमियाती है, घोड़ा हिनहिनाए कैसा, ढोए ढोए ढूंढ के भैंसा, बढ़िया रेलम रेला है, जानवरों का मेला है। अच्छी लगी कविता?
हाँ जी।
हाँ, तो ये इसमें आपने किसके किसके नाम सुने, जल्दी बताओ।
गधा, कुत्ता, हाथी, शेर, भैंसा, पक्षी, गधा, घोड़ा, गाय,
पारस, ये क्या है? ये जिसके नाम लिए हमने, गधा, कुत्ता, घोड़ा, क्या है ये?
जानवरों के नाम।
जानवरों के बारे में। अभी सब अपना स्पीकर ऑफ कर देंगे। हाँ, जिसका नाम लूंगी वही बोलेंगे। बेटा, ये आज हम पढ़ने वाले हैं जानवरों के बारे में। तो हमने किसकी कविता पढ़ी? जानवरों की। तो हम पढ़ने वाले हैं एनिमल्स के बारे में। ठीक है, अनव्या म्यूट कर लो, उर्वशी स्पीकर ऑन करो। ऋषि, आपके घर में कौन कौन से एनिमल्स है?
कुछ भी नहीं, सोनू भैया ने दिए।
उर्वशी,
कुत्ता
जी,
ठीक है,
स्पीकर उर्वशी स्पीकर ऑफ कर दो। ठीक है, हाँ, तो अभी इसने बताया कुत्ता। भरत, आपके घर में कौन से एनिमल्स है? काऊ,
बफेलो,
बफेलो। वेरी गुड, क्लैपिंग आपके लिए। अभी अपना म्यूट कर दो। तो जो अभी भरत और उर्वशी ने बताया, काऊ मतलब गाय, बफेलो भैंस, और कुत्ता डॉग, ये हमारे घर में है ना, हम इनको घर पे पालते हैं ना, और ये हमारे घर के आसपास ही रहते हैं। तो इन एनिमल्स को हम क्या बोलते हैं? डोमेस्टिक एनिमल्स, पालतू पशु। क्या बोलते हैं इनको? पालतू पशु, डोमेस्टिक एनिमल्स। ठीक है, वो एनिमल्स जो हमारे घर में और हमारे घर के आसपास रहते हैं। द एनिमल्स विच लिव इन और अराउंड आवर हाउसेस आर कॉल्ड डोमेस्टिक एनिमल्स। ठीक है, वी आल्सो कीप देम, सम ऑफ देम एज अ पेट्स, जैसे कैट्स एंड डॉग। हम कैट और डॉग को अपने एज ए फ्रेंड रखते हैं ना अपने घर पे, वो हमारे एज ए फ्रेंड रहते हैं। ठीक है, दे आर फ्रेंडली एंड वो हमारे लिए कुछ ना कुछ हेल्प करते रहते हैं। ठीक है, कैसे? काऊ हमारी कैसे हेल्प कर रही है? वो हमें मिल्क देती है ना, वो हमें डंक देती है, गोबर देती है ना, गोबर के हम उपले बनाते हैं। ठीक है, फिर उससे क्या बनता है? हमारी जो घर पे हम फ्यूल जलाते हैं, चूल्हा जलाते हैं ना आप सब, तो उसके लिए उपले बन रहे हैं। तो इनका कुछ ना कुछ एनिमल्स का हमारी लाइफ में यूज है, जो हम डोमेस्टिक एनिमल्स होते हैं। ठीक है, और ये क्या करते हैं? कुछ एनिमल्स ऐसे हैं जो हमें जिसके हम ऊपर मतलब पीठ पर चढ़ के जाते हैं, दे कैरी लोड। ठीक है, और वी आर राइडिंग ऑन देम। ठीक है, हम उसके ऊपर सवारी करते हैं, वो बोझा भी उठाते हैं, जैसे कि एलिफेंट्स हो गया, हॉर्स हो गया। ठीक है, तो वो भी एक तरह से डोमेस्टिक एनिमल्स ही है। ओके, और जंगल में कौन कौन से एनिमल्स रहते हैं? कमलेश फटाफट बताएगा।
शेर, बाघ, तेंदुआ, हाथी।
वाह, और
भालू,
हिरन,
जिराफ,
वेरी गुड, बस म्यूट कर दो, ठीक है। कभी कमलेश के लिए क्लैपिंग। कमलेश ने बहुत सारे एनिमल्स के नाम बताए जो जंगल में रहते हैं, जैसे जिराफ, भालू, बाघ, चीता, लायन, ठीक है। जो एनिमल्स जंगल में रहते हैं, मतलब द एनिमल्स हु लिव इन द फॉरेस्ट आर कॉल्ड वाइल्ड एनिमल्स। उनको हम क्या बोलते हैं? जंगली जानवर, क्योंकि वो फॉरेस्ट में इधर उधर घूमते रहते हैं ना। दे आर रोमिंग हियर एंड दे आर इन द फॉरेस्ट, ठीक है। और वो हमारे फ्रेंड्स होते हैं, जो जंगल में रहने वाले एनिमल्स होते हैं। नव्या, फटाफट बताओ, जो जंगल में एनिमल्स रहते हैं वो हमारे फ्रेंड्स होते हैं। भूमिका?
नो मैम।
वाई? क्यों नहीं होते वो फ्रेंड्स हमारे?
क्योंकि वो हमारे ऊपर हमला कर सकते हैं।
वेरी गुड, बिकॉज दे आर डेंजरस, वो हमें हार्म कर सकते हैं, ठीक है। लायन है, ठीक है, वो भी हमें हार्म कर सकता है ना। तो वो जो एनिमल्स फॉरेस्ट में रहते हैं और रोमिंग हियर एंड देयर इन द फॉरेस्ट, उन एनिमल्स को हम क्या बोलते हैं? वाइल्ड एनिमल्स, ठीक है। और वो डेंजरस होते हैं। तो अभी हमने क्या पढ़ा? डोमेस्टिक एनिमल और वाइल्ड, ठीक है। लेकिन एनिमल्स है ये किसी ना किसी तरह हमारे यूज भी है, चाहे वो वाइल्ड ही एनिमल्स है। उनका क्या करते हैं लोग? कुछ ना कुछ यूज करते हैं, उनको मार देते हैं। वो कैसे? फिर क्या करते हैं उनको मार के? उनकी स्किन्स वगैरह निकाल देते हैं, ठीक है, चमड़ा निकालते हैं। उससे क्या बनता है? लेदर वगैरह बनता है। लेकिन क्या ये सही है? नहीं मारना चाहिए, ठीक है, क्योंकि उनमें भी इस तरह दर्द होता है। अगर हमें कोई पिंच कर जाए, कैसा पेन होगा? बहुत पेन होगा ना। तो हाँ, एनिमल्स को हार्म नहीं करना चाहिए, उन्हें मारना नहीं चाहिए। अपने स्वास्थ्य के लिए, अपने सेल्फिशनेस के लिए हमें उन्हें किल नहीं करना चाहिए, ठीक है। हाँ, तो अभी मैं कुछ एनिमल्स आपको दिखाने वाली हूँ, उनको पहचानना है कि कौन सा एनिमल्स है वो, ठीक है। मैं जिससे पूछूंगी वही स्पीकर ऑन करेगा। विशाल, ये क्या है? तेंदुआ, लेपर्ड। और ये भी बताना है कि वाइल्ड एनिमल है कि डोमेस्टिक एनिमल है। कैसे? डोमेस्टिक एनिमल। ओ, ये क्या हमारे घर पे रहता है? हमारे घर के आसपास रहता है? कहाँ रहता है ये विशाल? जंगल में। हाँ, तो बेटा ये जंगल में जो एनिमल्स रहते हैं वो जंगली पशु होते हैं, वाइल्ड एनिमल होता है। ये हमारे लिए डेंजरस है। अगर ये हमारे सामने आ जाए तो ये हमें हार्म पहुंचाएगा, है ना, हमें नुकसान पहुंचाएगा। तो ये वाइल्ड एनिमल है, ठीक है। अभी स्पीकर ऑफ करेंगे। और इसके बाद निहारिका, ये क्या है? निहारिका? जिराफ। हाँ, और ये भी वाइल्ड एनिमल है। ये ग्रास खाता है, घास को खाता है, ग्रीन घास। और ये भी फॉरेस्ट में रहता है। लेकिन ये ज्यादा हार्मफुल नहीं है। ये इतना ज्यादा, अगर हम इसके सामने जाए तो ये हम पे हमला नहीं करेगा, बल्कि डर के भाग जाएगा, ठीक है। लेकिन ये वाइल्ड एनिमल है। हम अपना स्पीकर ऑफ करेंगे। इसके बाद अनुराग स्पीकर ऑन करो। अनुराग के बाद मोहित क्या रहेगा? अनुराग और दीपिका, आप बताओ क्या है ये? क्या है? लायन नहीं है बेटा, लायन नहीं है, ये है टाइगर। क्या है ये? टाइगर। दिस इज द नेशनल एनिमल ऑफ इंडिया। ये हमारा राष्ट्रीय पशु भी है। लेकिन ये क्या है? कैसा एनिमल है ये? वाइल्ड कि डोमेस्टिक? जंगली जानवर है कि पालतू पशु है? जंगली। हाँ, अब स्पीकर ऑफ कर दो। ये जंगली जानवर है। और आपको पता है एक चीज, मैं इसकी खासियत बताती हूँ। ये जो बाघ होता है, टाइगर होता है, ये अंधेरे में हमसे 6 गुना ज्यादा अच्छा देख सकता है। 4th 5th वाले जरा ध्यान रखेंगे इस पॉइंट को, कि ये हमसे अंधेरे में 6 गुना ज्यादा देख सकता है। क्या हम अंधेरे में देख सकते हैं? हम अंधेरा के लाइट ऑफ कर दे रात को तो हम देख सकते हैं? नहीं। आप ऐसे नहीं गर्दन हिलाए, मुझे दिख रहे हैं आप, ठीक है, या थम्स अप करो। हाँ, लेकिन ये अंधेरे में हमसे 6 times मोर बेटर देख सकता है लायन, सॉरी टाइगर। अब ये क्या है ये बताएगा मुझे हिमांशु, जल्दी जल्दी स्पीकर ऑन करेंगे। ऊंट, कैमल। और आपको कैमल ये कौन सा एनिमल है, डोमेस्टिक या वाइल्ड? बताओ। डोमेस्टिक। हाँ डोमेस्टिक, क्योंकि इसको जो पीपल है राजस्थान के, डोमेस्टिक रेगिस्तान के जो लोग हैं इसके ऊपर सवारी करते हैं, दे राइडिंग ऑन देम और दे कैरी लॉर्ड्स ऑन इट, ठीक है। इसके ऊपर वो भार लेकर जाते हैं और इसके ऊपर वो राइड करते हैं, ठीक है। और वहां के लोगों के घर के आसपास ही बंधा होता है, तो इसलिए ये क्या है, डोमेस्टिक एनिमल है। ओके, कैमल इज अ डोमेस्टिक एनिमल। और आपको पता है ये रेगिस्तान का इसे क्या कहा जाता है, हिमांशु ही बताएगा। इसे रेगिस्तान का जहाज कहा जाता है, इट इज द शिप ऑफ द डिजर्ट। क्यों? क्योंकि रेत के ऊपर कोई जो मामूली जानवर है वो नहीं चल सकते। ये इसलिए चल पाता है क्योंकि इसके जो पाँव होते हैं वो स्पॉन्जी स्पॉन्जी होते हैं, इसलिए रेत के ऊपर धंसते नहीं है, आराम से सैंड के ऊपर ये वॉक कर जाता है, इसलिए ये क्या है, शिप ऑफ द डिजर्ट। ओके, ये क्या है प्रियांशु? मोहित? ज़ेब्रा। हाँ ज़ेब्रा। और ये भी क्या, ये कैसा एनिमल है, डोमेस्टिक या वाइल्ड? अभिषेक? वाइल्ड एनिमल। वाइल्ड एनिमल है क्योंकि ये जंगल में रहता है। ओके, ये क्या है? कैट। कैट, ये कैट है। और ये क्या है, डोमेस्टिक एनिमल है। इसको एज ए पैट हम रखते हैं, अपने घर पे रखते हैं ना, एज ए फ्रेंड। हम इसको कैटी को बोलते हैं ना, कम हियर, तो आ जाती है, कहना मानती है ना। अगर हम इसको घर पे पालते हैं तो एज ए फ्रेंड ये ट्रीट करती है। डॉग भी एज ए फ्रेंड रहता है हमारे साथ कि नहीं? अगर जो जिसको हम घर पे पालते हैं, करते हैं ना, तो दे आर फ्रेंडली विद अस, ठीक है। तो अभी ये जो ये एनिमल्स है काफी है। अभी मैं आपको समझ आ गया होगा कि डोमेस्टिक एनिमल्स कौन से है और वाइल्ड एनिमल्स कौन से है। लेकिन एक और चीज, ये कौन है? बताओ कोई भी बताओ। अभी एनिमल है, वाइल्ड एनिमल है। हाँ, ये वाइल्ड एनिमल है, ठीक है। अभी हमने और वाइल्ड एनिमल्स के बारे में पढ़ लिया है। अब मैं आपसे कुछ रीडल्स पूछने जा रही हूँ, पहेलियां पूछने जा रही हूँ। आपने पहचान करना है कि मैं किसके बारे में वो पहेली पूछ रही हूँ, ठीक है। ध्यान से सुनना है, जिसका नाम लूंगी वही आंसर देगा। आई एम अ फनी एनिमल, मैं एक फनी मजाकिया एनिमल हूं। आई हैव 4 legs and long tail, 4 legs है और एक लंबी सी पूंछ है। I am jumping from one tree to another tree, एक पेड़ से दूसरे पेड़ पर जंप मारता हूँ। I am a clever animal, who am I? कौन हूं मैं? अभिषेक? Very good, कौन है ये? Monkey। जिससे आंसर पूछूंगी वही आंसर देगा। इसके बाद तैयार रहे मोहित। I have a 4 legs, 4 legs है। I love to play, मुझे खेलना बहुत पसंद है। I like to smell things, मुझे चीजों को सूंघना पसंद है। I wag my tail, मुझे पूंछ हिलाना अच्छा लगता है। I like to bark, और मैं bark करता हूँ। Who am I? डॉग, कुत्ता, DOG, डॉग। आप स्पेलिंग में नोट कॉपी पे करके लिखते रहें, ठीक है। इसके बाद कमलेश तैयार रहे, फिर भरत तैयार रहेगा। आई एम ए डोमेस्टिक एनिमल, आई ईट ग्रास, मैं पालतू पशु हूं और मैं घास खाता हूँ या खाती हूँ। आई एम मूंग, मैं रंभाती हूँ। आई गिव मिल्क, मैं दूध देती हूँ। आई हैव अ लॉन्ग टेल एंड 2 horns, लंबी पूंछ है और 2 horns है। हु एम आई? मोहित? काउ, वेरी गुड। ये क्या है? COW, काउ। और ये कैसा एनिमल है, डोमेस्टिक के वाइल्ड?
डोमेस्टिक।
वेरी गुड। दीपिका स्पीकर ऑन करेंगे। आई हैव अ ब्लैक स्ट्रिप्स, मेरे ऊपर काली और सफेद रंग की धारियां हैं, ठीक है। आई लाइक ईटिंग ग्रास, मुझे घास खाना पसंद है। हु एम आई, कौन हूं मैं? कौन? जैब्रा, वेरी गुड। कौन है ये? जैब्रा, ZEBRA, जैब्रा। विशाल तैयार रहे। आई एम नॉट ए काउ, मैं काउ नहीं हूं। आई हैव 4 legs, आई ईट ग्रास, मैं घास खाता हूं या खाती हूँ। आई गिव मिल्क, मैं दूध भी देती हूँ। आई हैव शॉर्ट टेल, पर मेरी छोटी सी पूंछ है। हु एम आई? विशाल? गॉट, वेरी गुड। कौन है ये? गॉट, GOAT, गॉट। अब है I have 4 legs and a long tail. I eat oats and hay. मैं चारा और वो जई खाता है, दाने खाता है ये, और चने पसंद है इसे। I love to run fast, तेज भागता है ये। I let people ride on my back. Who am I? उर्वशी? Horse, very good. कौन है ये? Horse, HORSE। और ये कैसा एनिमल है, डोमेस्टिक के वाइल्ड? डोमेस्टिक। वेरी गुड। भूमिका स्पीकर ऑन करो। आई एम सॉफ्ट फरी पैच, मैं सॉफ्ट हूं और फरी, मेरे ऊपर फर है, ठीक है। आई हैव 4 legs एंड टेल। आई हैव शार्प टीथ एंड क्लॉज, मेरे तेज दांत है और तेज पंजा है। आई लाइक टू चेज माइस, मैं चूहे के पीछे भागती हूँ। Who am I?
कैट।
वेरी गुड, CAT, कैट। और ये कैसा एनिमल है, डोमेस्टिक के वाइल्ड?
डोमेस्टिक।
वेरी गुड। हाँ, वेरी गुड। अब इसके बाद मोहित तैयार रहे। आई लिव इन अ केव, माई होम इज कॉल्ड डैन, गुफा कहा जाता है इसके घर को। डियर मीट इज माई फेवरेट, जो हिरन का मांस होता है वो इसे पसंद है एज अ डिनर, ठीक है। आई एम ए किंग ऑफ द जंगल। हु एम आई?
टाइगर।
नो, किंग ऑफ द जंगल नहीं है वो। लायन। ओके, नेक्स्ट एंड लास्ट। इसके बाद आएगा विवेक स्पीकर। आई एम अ लार्ज एनिमल, बहुत बड़ा एनिमल हूं मैं। आई एम अ टू बिग टू बी यूर पैट, और मैं तुम्हारा पैट बनने के लिए बहुत बड़ा हूं, ठीक है। आई हैव 4 legs एंड 2 big ears. माई लॉन्ग नोज इज कॉल्ड ट्रंक। हु एम आई? एलिफेंट, वेरी गुड। कौन है ये? एलिफेंट, ठीक है। तो ELEPHANT। और ये कैसा एनिमल है, वाइल्ड के डोमेस्टिक?
डोमेस्टिक।
लोग इसको पालते भी है, ठीक है, अपने घरों रखते हैं जो लोग इसको पालते हैं, ठीक है। तो अभी हमने ये डोमेस्टिक पढ़ लिया। उर्वशी स्पीकर ऑफ करो, ठीक है। तो आज का आपको समझ आ गया होगा, उसकी आइडेंटिफिकेशन भी पता लग गई होगी एनिमल्स के बारे में, और वो कहाँ कौन सा हमारे को फायदा मिलता है डोमेस्टिक एनिमल से, ठीक है। तो जो 4th और 5th क्लास के स्टूडेंट है उनके लिए होमवर्क है कि आप वाइल्ड एनिमल्स और डोमेस्टिक एनिमल्स के बीच में डिफरेंस लिखेंगे। 5 अंतर लिखेंगे वाइल्ड और डोमेस्टिक एनिमल्स के बीच में। और छोटे बच्चों के लिए एक काम दे रही हूं मैं, 1st, 2nd, 3rd के लिए, वो यहाँ स्क्रीन पे देखो आप। हाँ, ये देखो डोमेस्टिक एनिमल लिखा है ना, दिख रही है आपको स्क्रीन? भानु स्क्रीन दिख रही है? ये डोमेस्टिक एनिमल्स, इसका मैं आपको फोटो आपके ग्रुप में भेज दूंगी। ये डोमेस्टिक एनिमल्स जो भी है, आपने क्या करना है, पिक्चर्स कैसे बनानी है। आपके पास वेस्ट मटेरियल होता है घर पे पड़ा हुआ, वेस्ट न्यूज़पेपर्स होते हैं, वेस्ट मैगजीन्स होती है जो बहुत पुरानी पुरानी भी होती है, आपके पास पुरानी किताबें भी होती है जो आप कहीं यूज नहीं करते, उनके बीच में कहीं ना कहीं एनिमल्स वगैरह की फोटोज होती है। उनको पिक्चर्स को काटना है और उनकी पिक्चर्स को लगाना है, अपनी कॉपी पे पेस्ट करना है और उसके आगे नेम लिखना है, ठीक है। लेकिन वाइल्ड एनिमल्स की अलग से लिस्ट बनानी है और डोमेस्टिक एनिमल्स की अलग से बनानी है। छोटे बच्चे भी 5 एनिमल्स के जो पिक्चर्स है वो पेस्ट करेंगे और उसको अपनी नोटबुक पे लगाएंगे। अब आपको नाम लिखना तो आता नहीं छोटे बच्चों को जो फर्स्ट क्लास के, आप उसका फर्स्ट अल्फाबेट लिखेंगे। जैसे लायन दिख रहा है ना आपको वाइल्ड एनिमल में, तो लायन का L लिख सकते हो, ठीक है, और जिराफ का G लिख सकते हो। इस तरह से आपने ये होमवर्क करना है। तो आपको होमवर्क मिल गया है, तो अभी अपनी क्लास हम यहीं पे एंड करते हैं, ठीक है। तो आपको मैं थोड़ा सा अगर बता दूं कि किस तरह से आपने लिस्ट बनानी है, तो लिस्ट ये बना सकते हो, ये बीच में लाइन लगानी है, इस तरफ डोमेस्टिक एनिमल, इस तरफ वाइल्ड एनिमल्स, ठीक है, ये जैसे वाइल्ड और इस तरफ डोमेस्टिक, और यहाँ पे इनके पिक्चर्स पेस्ट करनी है। बड़े बच्चे 10 पिक्चर्स पेस्ट कर सकते हैं, 10 इधर 10 इधर, और छोटे बच्चे जो फर्स्ट क्लास के हैं, फर्स्ट और सेकंड के, 5 यहाँ पर 5 यहाँ पे। सेकंड क्लास के बच्चे उनके आगे नाम जरूर लिखेंगे, ठीक है, और फर्स्ट क्लास के बच्चे अल्फाबेट्स लिखेंगे, इंग्लिश का भी और हिंदी का भी, जो फर्स्ट लेटर है। अगर हॉर्स लगा रहे हो तो H, और अगर जिराफ लगा रहे हो तो G। ओके ओके, अब अपनी क्लास यहीं पे खत्म करते हैं। आप अपना सब म्यूट कर लें, स्पीकर ऑफ कर लें। थैंक यू।
थैंक यू मैम। बाय मैडम जी। थैंक यू मैम। थैंक यू मैम जी। थैंक यू मैम। थैंक यू मैम। थैंक यू मैम। थैंक यू मैम।
वेलकम बेटा। स्पीकर ऑफ कर।
सब बच्चे जा सकते हैं, अभी क्लास खत्म हो गया। आप लोग सकते हैं। ओके, थैंक यू सो मच ज्योति मैम।
वेलकम मैम।
थैंक यू सो मच। हमको बहुत कुछ सीखने को मिला कि आप कैसे पढ़ा रहे हैं इतने सारे ग्रेड के बच्चों को। मेरे पास कुछ सवाल है, ऑडियंस से भी आए हुए और कुछ हमारे भी सवाल है। क्या मैं आपसे पूछ सकती हूँ?
जी मैम।
For the rest of our audience live there, I'm going to ask a bunch of questions to ma'am, and whatever she responds, I will translate back to English for our non-Hindi speaking audience. Great. मैम, मेरा पहला सवाल है कि मल्टीग्रेड टीचिंग करने में आपको क्या चैलेंजेस आए और आप कब से कर रहे हैं? क्या ये कोरोना की शुरुआत से या पहले से आप कर रहे हैं?
नो मैम, जब कोरोना कोविड ये हमारा चला उस टाइम ही ये मैंने मल्टीग्रेड टीचिंग का रखा, और ऑनलाइन जो मेरी क्लास चली उससे पहले स्कूल में भी मल्टीग्रेड टीचिंग रहती थी, क्योंकि वहाँ पे हमारे जो गवर्नमेंट स्कूल्स है वहाँ पे टीचर्स की भी कमी रहती है। आपके पास 5 ग्रेड रहता ही रहता है, कई बार आप सिंगल टीचर भी होते हैं तो आपको 5 की 5 क्लासेस पढ़ानी पड़ती है। तो ये टेक्निक मैम अपने आप ही सीख आ ही जाती है कि आपने बच्चों को किस तरह से ट्रीट करना है। कॉमन से टॉपिक लेने पड़ते हैं उस टाइम ही, जैसे एडिशंस करा रहे हैं तो सबको फिर एडिशंस ही कराना पड़ता है। ये अलग बात है कि छोटे बच्चों को 1 या 10th प्लेस तक करवाना पड़ता है और बड़े बच्चों को थोड़ा हाई लेवल का कराना पड़ता है।
अच्छा, और जब आपने जब ये टीचिंग शुरू हुआ, आई एम सॉरी, जब ये वर्चुअल टीचिंग शुरू हुआ तो आपको क्लास में पढ़ाने से और अभी वर्चुअली पढ़ाने में ये चेंज करने में आपने क्या क्या किया, क्या क्या स्टेप्स आपने लिए?
अपने बिहेव में या फिर जो टेक्नोलॉजी वाइज? ठीक है मैम, दरअसल ये हुआ कि पहले तो ऑनलाइन जैसे स्टडी का बोला गया कि ऑनलाइन स्टडी करवाना है, तो शुरू में तो हम होमवर्क पहले व्हाट्सएप के थ्रू दे रहे थे, लेकिन जब मैंने देखा कि बच्चों को उससे समझ नहीं आ रहा, क्योंकि प्राइमरी जो स्टूडेंट्स होता है वो एक तरह से बोलते हैं ना कि फाउंडेशन होता है, किसी बिल्डिंग की जैसे फाउंडेशन होती है, अगर वही वीक रह जाएगी तो आगे जो आपका जो महल है या जो घर है वो टिका नहीं रह सकता। तो अगर मैं बच्चों को व्हाट्सएप के थ्रू कोई होमवर्क दे रही थी तो बच्चे को समझ तो आ नहीं रहा था कि क्या कर रहे हैं। फिर मैंने ये स्टेप लिया कि अगर मैं क्यों ना फेस टू फेस कुछ किया जाए ऐसा। पहले मैंने व्हाट्सएप के थ्रू ही चला, क्योंकि उसमें 4 जुड़ते थे, तो पूरे दिन में मुझे अलग अलग से फिर उनको चलाना पड़ता था। फिर उसके बाद जब मीट थोड़ा स्टार्ट हुआ अप्रैल मई के बाद, तो मैंने बच्चों से कांटेक्ट करना स्टार्ट किया। वहां से पेरेंट्स को थोड़ा दिक्कत आई डाउनलोड, क्योंकि उन्हें पता नहीं लग रहा था, तो इंडिविजुअली फोन कर करके उन्हें समझाना पड़ा कि गूगल मीट ऐप इस तरह से डाउनलोड करो। तो जिन्हें आता था या उनके पास भेजना पड़ता था, फिर उन्होंने उनको सिखाया और इस तरह से थोड़ी सी शुरुआत की जी। फिर इसी तरह से फिर ये मेरी जो टीचिंग है वो चली।
अच्छा, so for our English out there, what Jyoti ma'am right now said was, when the bigger challenge of multigrade teaching for her started with COVID. She has been teaching multigrade before this. Getting parents to download everything technology wise was what she had to call everybody to download the software, and then that is how she started teaching. Thank you ma'am. मैम, तो जैसे आज आपने जो पोयम पढ़ाई वो एनिमल्स, डोमेस्टिक एनिमल्स, वाइल्ड एनिमल्स, ये सब था, लेकिन ऐसे भी टॉपिक होंगे जो कॉमन नहीं पढ़ा सकते आप, है ना, अक्रॉस ग्रेड सबको नहीं पढ़ा सकते। तो ऐसे समय में आप क्या करती हैं? क्या आप अलग अलग क्लास लेती हैं? क्या आप अलग होमवर्क देती हैं? क्या करती हैं?
मैम, अलग तो आप बिठा नहीं सकते स्कूल में, क्योंकि अगर आप सिंगल टीचर, अगर आप एक क्लास को अलग बिठा देंगे तो आपको पता है कितना इनडिसिप्लिन वो क्रिएट कर देते हैं। तो आपको उनको अपने सामने ही बिठाना होता है। उनके लिए कुछ ऐसा काम पहले से ही सोच रखना पड़ता है कि उनको वो काम करवाना है। मान लो उनको मैंने बुक दे दी, जैसे वो बुक्स है, तो उनको कह दूंगी कि कोई जैसे अल्फाबेट्स ही है। अब उन बच्चे, छोटे बच्चों को क्या है, उनको अभी पहचान नहीं है, तो जो उनको बुक पकड़ाऊंगी उनको कहूंगी कि जितने भी तुम्हें ए दिख रहे हैं उस पर सर्कल लगाओ, और जितने भी तुम्हें बी दिख रहे हैं उस पे क्रॉस लगाओ। वो बिजी हो जाएंगे तब तक, जब तक वो 10-15 मिनट्स वहां बिजी है ए बी में क्रॉस और सर्कल लगाने में, तब तक मैं अपने बड़े बच्चों को थोड़ा जो मेरा आगे का कॉन्सेप्ट है मैं उसको समझाने में अपना टाइम लगा सकती हूँ। इस तरह से करवाना पड़ता है।
और क्या इस तरह से आप सारे चैप्टर पढ़ा पाती हैं? लाइक सिलेबस आपका कंप्लीट हो सकता है, क्योंकि आप काफी साल से ये कर रहे हैं।
यस मैम, हाँ जी मैम, करवाना भी पड़ता ही है, मजबूरी भी होती है, क्योंकि आपके पास एक टाइम पीरियड भी होता है कि आपने FA3 की भी तैयारी करवानी है, FA1 की, मतलब आपको सिलेबस कंप्लीट करना है, तो उसके अकॉर्डिंग करवाना पड़ता है मैम, और हो जाता है, अब तो आदत पड़ गई है।
बिल्कुल। For our audience out there, what I right now asked is, how do you, since there are topics that are not common across grades, how does a teacher complete syllabus? How does a teacher complete in a multi-grade classroom? So what she essentially said is, she differentiates at that point of time. If there's a topic she's taught before, like identification of letter A or B, then she'll get students to sit and identify them by circling A, cross B, things like that, while she teaches the higher grades and then comes back to them. So she sort of differentiates as this happens. थैंक यू मैम। अब एक दो और सवाल है मैम, अगर आपके पास 2 मिनट और होंगे तो। इतने सारे क्लास को पढ़ाना वैसे ही डिफिकल्ट है, ऊपर से आप ये वर्चुअली कर रही हैं। आप खुद को मोटिवेटेड कैसे रखती हैं? कैसे आप ये साहस कैसे रखती हैं कि मैं भी अच्छे से सिखाऊं? आप म्यूट पे हैं मैम, सॉरी, आप म्यूट पे।
अभी भी आपने देख लिया होगा कि जैसे ही बच्चे अपनी क्लास छोड़ रहे होते हैं तो उनका थैंक यू ही नहीं रुकता। तो मैम यही मोटिवेशन के लिए बहुत है, और उनके पेरेंट्स भी मैम बहुत ज़्यादा सपोर्ट करते हैं। और दूसरा ये कि जो मेरे टीचर्स हैं, हेड टीचर्स हैं, मतलब सेंटर के टीचर्स वगैरह, वो मेरी प्रेज जब इस तरह से करते हैं, या हाँ वो यही काफ़ी होता है मैम अपने मोटिवेशंस के लिए। कोई इंस्पायर कर दे तो वो बहुत है। बच्चों का इस तरह से स्माइलिंग फेस और वो आउटपुट जब दिख जाता है कि जो मैं उनको पढ़ा रही हूँ या मैं उसको सिखा रही हूँ, वो आगे से जब बच्चे का आउटपुट दिखता है मैम, वो अपने आप ही फिर मोटिवेशन मिल जाता है।
Thank you, ma'am. For our audience out there, I asked ma'am, how does she keep herself motivated through the multi-grade teaching, through doing this virtually? What she essentially said is that the gratitude from her students, the way they smile, the way they learn is how she keeps herself motivated, and that's what pushes her forward. Thank you, ma'am. अभी हमारे नए NEP में भी और पहले भी सिखावट में जैसे रिसाइटेशन तो है, इंग्लिश है, ओरल कम्युनिकेशन है, पर इसके साथ साथ बाहरी दुनिया की उपयोगिता भी है। आप जो सीख रहे हैं वो आप बाहर कैसे अप्लाई करें। एक मल्टी ग्रेड और मल्टी एज क्लासरूम में इसको सिखाना कैसा होता है और आप उसके साथ कैसे डील करती हैं?
मैम मैं कुछ ना कुछ एक्टिविटीज करती रहती हूँ क्लासरूम में। तो जैसे आपको शॉपकीपर के पास ही जाना है तो उससे किस तरह से आपने परचेज करना है, किस तरह से अपने वापस जो है वो जैसे आपने दिया तो वापस कितना बचा, बैलेंस कितना बचा, तो वो मैं क्लासरूम में इस तरह से करवाती रहती हूँ एक्टिविटीज। ठीक है, चाहे वो बड़े बच्चों के लिए आर्कमिडीज का ही प्रिंसिपल है तो वो भी एक्टिविटीज स्कूल में ही करवानी है। ठीक है, आपका वाटर साइकिल है, तो इस तरह की एक्टिविटीज में मैं मैक्सिमम जो है वो TLM के थ्रू और एक्टिविटीज ही मेरी जो है वो मेन रहती है। प्लेवे मेथड रहता है स्कूल में, उसमें सारे बच्चे भी इन्वॉल्व रहते हैं, वो छोटा सा छोटा भी सीख जाता है और बड़ा से बड़ा भी सीख जाता है।
Thank you so much, ma'am. For our audience out there, she said that she relates each topic to a daily way of usage outside. For example, you can use addition to teach children how to buy things with a shopkeeper and things like that. She keeps it to as simple examples as possible, and she keeps bringing them up. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. हमारा समय खत्म हो गया है। मेरे पास सवाल तो बहुत है मैम, लेकिन हमारा समय खत्म हो गया है। To our audience out there today, ma'am actually had a master's exam which she skipped so that she is able to do this conference, and we could not be more grateful to you, ma'am. Thank you so much. It was an absolute pleasure to have you here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for this opportunity. Thank you. Thank you.
this is Muskan and I am a spoken word poet, and I'd like to encourage all of you to come and be a part of a very
from the masterclass. I hope you're having a great day one at inspirED. Up next, we have Reaching Unreached Children with Rajshri Didi, Nivriti Tan, and Ravi Dhanuka. Rajshri Didi has a world of experience in various different spaces in the ed sector. She started working in the SPJ Sadhana School in 1986. Post which she worked with the Akanksha Foundation, and she has been with Teach for India since 2009, since its inception. She currently leads TFIX. Nivriti, who's done her master's in counseling in education. She has done her BSc Psychology from the University of Exeter, UK. She's done her fellowship with Teach for India. She went on to work with us as program manager. Then she currently leads, then senior program manager, and she currently leads program at TFIX. We also have with us Mr. Ravi Dhanuka. He was the first cohort member of TFIX. He runs his own fellowship
and he works with in rural Bihar. He'll tell us more about the iSaksham fellowship going forward. Yeah. I don't want to take any more time from the session. Please go ahead. Over to you guys.
Thank you, Mansi and Firki team. Welcome, everyone. So we are going to talk about how TFIX is reaching unreached children. And with me, as Mansi introduced, we have Vritti, who is here sharing the space, and Ravi Dhanuka from iSaksham. So first I want to say, just share what is it? What is TFIX? Why TFIX? And we'll straight jump into it. With that, I want to share that why TFIX? What is this TFIX? And how are we reaching the unreached children? I want to share two stories. One is my own story, where I've taught at different times. Being in education for so many years, there are a couple of spaces that I've taught in urban cities as well as in rural spaces, and worked with children and teachers across the country in many spaces. Nivritti, can you change? If you see over here, there are very clearly through this journey, I have learned a couple of things very clearly. It stood out for me very clearly. One is literally that education needs to be contextual, right? We cannot have one shoe fits all. We are so diverse in India that the education needs to be contextualized for each space. The other thing I realized is that be it any child or any person across the country or even across the globe, each one has potential, and each one, if they have someone who believes in them, gives them opportunities, gives them that learning space, I think they will learn and blossom. So this is my learning from my story. I want to tell you TFI story. As you all know, it started in 2009. Nivritti, can you change? Yeah. With the vision of one day all children will attain an excellent education. In 2014, being in 7 cities of India and teaching in English medium schools over there, Teach for India actually sat down and said, is this through our fellowships in 7 cities and by working in urban cities, are we really reaching all our children? And of course, the answer was no, we are not. There are so many children whom we are not reaching. And hence, what do we do about it? From this entire conversation, one of the programs that started, or rather got created with me being part of this entire journey, was TFIX and the launch of TFIX. And what is TFIX? Through this, what we believe is, what Teach for India knows is that we can run fellowships. But do we understand the context of our country? No, we don't. And hence, how can we launch fellowships which are contextualized, right? So here, there are 2 things. One is, we want to build the local pool of leaders across our country, and that means through the fellowship, and actually reaching unreached children again across the country through the contextual education that we would like our incubation to provide to our entrepreneurs. How that is done, I will pass it on to Nivritti to share more about it.
Thank you so much, Archie. I have to say that I'm sure 3 minutes or 4 minutes was not even close to capturing the breadth of information and experience that you've had throughout the education space in our country. And definitely leading TFIX has been one of those, it's gained from you a lot. So to what Rajshri was saying, what does TFIX do? As she said, we really believe teaching is a way to build leadership, and that can happen in any space. But TFI didn't have the contextual understanding of all of those places where our entrepreneurs are. How do we reach every child without that contextual information? So can we bring together our network and expertise of running fellowships and get organization and entrepreneurs who actually have that contextual understanding and match them and get fellowships running across India. So our mission is to build local leadership in every sphere, in every area where we enter. And we do that through a year-long incubator. So what does that mean? So that means that we find and select really passionate entrepreneurs. Vivek is a great example. We have Ravi with us, who's going to be speaking later today. Once we found those entrepreneurs, we support them through a 1-year intensive process where we do workshops, we do mentoring, wide range of exposure activities where we get them to understand the skills and the mindsets needed to launch a fellowship. And that's a 2-year teaching fellowship wherever they are. That fellowship should empower leaders around them to be able to change things in their community, in their area, in their region, and of course should keep impacting children. So for example, Vivek from Kotra, Rajasthan launched a 2-year iDiscover fellowship, and it's running at the moment, and his first batch of alumni have even finished the fellowship and have started things of their own. But what do we do once that year-long incubation is over? We want to nurture a lifelong community of our entrepreneurs. We want to stay in touch. We want them to stay in touch with each other to ensure that it's a collective that builds on each other's best practices towards impacting their own regions and each other's. And that's been some of the most exciting things that I think we've done. So that's a little bit about our model. If you see where Teach for India is currently based, and if you look at the map and see where TFIX sites are based, that's what makes it really exciting, because it can show you the potential and the growth. I think one of the most exciting things has been the different types of contexts we've worked in the last few years. To give you an example of maybe 2 or 3 this year, we have Michael, who's working in Karnataka with children affected and infected by HIV. We have Ravi and others who have worked in rural Bihar. We have Anirudh with us this year in this current cohort who works with skill development, so very different from traditional education. So a wide range of sort of ways of educating children, a wide range of regions and places where people have not accessed excellent education. And I think that's what's really exciting about the work that we do. And finally, this has been our impact for the last 3 years. We've worked with 17 entrepreneurs who have launched fellowships. They have had more than 400 fellows across the country working in different areas who have impacted 45,000 children so far. And we will have more fellowships launching by the end of this year, which we're really, really excited about. But I think this is the quantitative impact. I think the qualitative impact is our entrepreneurs walk out thinking of a much broader and wider vision for education. They all talk about how they've grown as reflective leaders and how they've really begun to make the connections between each other, as well as a lot of partners in the organizations that we help them partner with or within Teach for India. So I think there's just a lot of exciting work that happens at TFIX, and I think the potential is just beginning to be unleashed. But I wouldn't like to talk about the impact alone. I think what would be really exciting is for you to hear from Ravi, our entrepreneur who was with us in the first cohort and launched his own fellowship. And he can tell you a little more about his journey, the growth of the fellowship, and what impact it's had in the region. Ravi, over to you.
Yes, thank you, Nifriti. Would you like to move on with the slide? Hi, everyone. It's a pleasure to present the model of iSaksham Fellowship before all of you. We have heard about the TFIX model. The iSaksham presentation would give a glimpse of what variations this fellowship can evolve and adopt into in different parts of the country. So I would start with describing who we are and what we call our fellows. So ISAKSHAM is basically a community of edu leaders. These edu leaders are young girls from backward villages of Bihar, 12th past, very passionate about education, on a journey, on a path of self-discovery, and trying to do something for the community, but they need that catalyst to channelize their energy. So our fellows comes from this segment. For example, Tanya, her testimony, her statements would give you the kind of key drivers of their motivation which enable them to join fellowship. So for example, for Tanya, it's changing the mindset of the community so that girls get equal opportunity to learn and educate herself. For Sudha Kumari, it's about changing the pedagogy. She does not want next generation kids from her community to go through the same rote learning based pedagogy practices. So she joined fellowship. Nivriti, we can move on. So before going further into the details of the fellowship, I would like to do a brief context setting. We all know that public education system has its own challenges, but as we move towards the interior pockets of the country, we would see that the fragility of such public institutions intensifies and the conditions worsen. So while we believe that there is one paraphernalia of government institutions, systems and processes that exist to fight on day-to-day basis to make the system work, what we believe is that unless the community becomes part of this journey and engage with public education system, not only in terms of information exchange, but they are empowered and capable to support the public education system. And this is where the large scale and sustainable change would come. So fellowship for us, you can move on to the next slide, Nivriti. We all know these data, so I would not have too much about them. So fellowship for us is an opportunity to create experiential program for local youths, mainly females of such communities, who understand what education is, who experience that they have power to bring that change, and in the long run, they become agents to drive that community ownership to engage with public education system. So from this philosophy, we have three core pillars of our fellowship program. One is the capacity building of edu leaders, which is not only training on teaching skills and pedagogy skills, but how also this fellowship acts as a stepping stone in their journey to evolve as a long-term change agents. Second, how they become capable to enrich learning experiences of children. This happens during the fellowship through their direct engagement with government schools, where they teach for 2.5 hours on daily basis. Post-fellowship, we see them as growing mothers of tomorrow who, as part of a community active citizen, create such enabling environments in their community so that this learning experiences is not only confined to what happens within the premises of these schools. And third is the community ownership, how they engage with parents, different community-based organizations in areas, political institutions to drive the agenda of quality education. So we have been doing this for the last 5 years. We have reached out to 5,000 kids through 150 edu leaders. We have so far done 4 batches of fellowship. 2 batches have graduated. We are now an alumni strength of 35 odd fellows. The batch 5 is under process. We are likely to have 100 more fellows this year. We have reached out to 130 government schools plus community learning centers. In a very short time, what we could present the impact in terms of quantitative numbers. So we have seen that 60% of children have shown significant improvement in their learning outcomes based on the in-house baseline assessment that we have done. But that is just part of the story. The major change comes when we see how those classroom transactions and interactions evolve over a period of time between children and community edu leaders, between community edu leaders and community, and between edu leaders and school administration. So this is where the real joy of seeds of change are sown. 90% of our alumni are growing as education professionals. We have 6 to 7 alumni of our first 2 batches of fellowship who, after experiencing the power of teaching, decided to continue to stay within the education system. They worked hard, they prepared for entrance examinations, and now they are pursuing MA in education from one of the best universities in the country. So this is the power of fellowship that we have experienced of it's not only how children attain quality education, but how it also impacts youth and transforms their life, which we see in the long run, creates a powerful community to bring that change. So this is all I had to share about iSection. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Ravi. I think what has been my biggest aha moment whenever I've spoken to you has been how you've inspired the youth to come back into education and actually pursue their own education through, teaching others. I think it's been so inspiring to see that happen. And as you shared, people going back into higher education and things like that is just amazing. Thank you so much.
Right, so that's why we kept the motto of iSaksham very simple. It's Sikhe Sikhaye. It's not only Sikhaye. So you learn and then you teach and you pass on that learning to the community.
Yeah. And brilliant to hear that you'll be recruiting 100 more fellows this year. That's really exciting. So I think just to close things up, hopefully you got a good snapshot of the kind of work that Ravi is doing and many others are doing across the country. Of course, there are very different models that our entrepreneurs have built. But just thinking about what Ravi shared, what Rachidi and I shared, would love for people to engage and think about, what is similar and different to your experiences of teaching, of learning. What have you sort of experienced already in those spaces and what was new for you? And if there's something, a spark or an idea that you're taking away, we'd love to hear about it.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Questions, but you can always contact us. We can share our contact details. I think someone from the FIRKI team would be doing that. And we would love to hear from you if you're interested in, understanding more about TFIX, understanding more about, how do we reach children who are extremely marginalized, what kind of models our entrepreneurs actually build and work with. And we'd love to engage and answer all your questions and probably collaborate as well.
Yeah. So, and if you have any entrepreneurs or you are an entrepreneur who wants to launch a fellowship anywhere in the country, please reach out to us. We are more than happy to have you with us. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
This is Muskan, and I am a spoken word poet. And
And we'll start. Welcome back from the break. I hope you guys are having a great day one. We now have with us Rebecca. Rebecca is a partner at the Wildflower Foundation, where she leads the North Carolina region. She began her career teaching and coaching in San Francisco public schools, which is government schools in the US. In 2011, she was awarded the Sue Lehman Award for Excellence in Teaching. In the past 10 years, she has imagined, designed, and executed leadership learning experiences in non-profit settings, including organizational learning and alignment around evolution of teaching as leadership framework on the collaborative knowledge development team at Teach for America and Teach for All. From 2018 to 2019, Rebecca fundraised school startup budgets and coached the leadership of Wildflower's first two NC schools, Hawthorne Montessori Primary School and Foxflower Montessori Elementary School. Without taking any more time from this session, welcome to inspirED, Rebecca. Over to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me. I know that it's at the end of your day. It's the beginning of mine, but I'm going to talk a little bit about some of the beautiful schools that we're building at Wildflower through telling a little bit of stories of where I'm at right now. But maybe you want to just take a minute. At Wildflower, we usually start with a meditation of some kind and close your eyes for a moment. I know I'm starting my day, but this is a long ending of yours. And maybe you even want to close your eyes for a moment and take a breath. I know going from back-to-back sessions, the virtual Zoom calls, and take a moment to remember the physical body that is holding your precious soul right now, that has been so open to learning and engagement all day. And without that body, we wouldn't be here. Maybe just take a moment and think about what healing means to you, what early childhood education means to you, elementary education, our youngest children, and hold a connection maybe with a child. And you can open your eyes. There's going to be very little visuals, just a couple quotes on the screen, or you can keep your eyes closed and just listen a little bit to this letter I've written for you instead of designing another Zoom session that we just raced through. So, dearest Teach for India community, I've tried to write this session now a number of times. I've spent a week in deep reflection after months now in deep reflection as we entered 2020. I've stared at blank pages, blank Google slides, blank emails, and talked in circles with a number of my trusted friends and family about what I might humbly offer in 10 minutes with you all. I've been nervous and told myself many times, Rebecca, you're not supposed to agree to do anything else. You need to be there with your kids and the schools and the this. I've been saying there's no more room on my plate, but there's so much I want to savor, and I always want to make a little more room. Besides, Shaheen emailed me, and I can't really say no, so here I am. I just want you to know what an honor it is, and to be trusted with this time as I lean into my own discomfort and growth to share with you today. After all, the invitation was to share reflections in the form of a 10-minute session on early childhood and elementary education. The reality is I've spent 6 months now in deep reflection, filling journals, making meaning of the endless wisdom shared with me over the past decade, both from my personal experience, but mostly listening to the experiences of others serving justice in their community through education. And now I had 2 little boys next to me in everything I did. But now the time has come to design a session, and I find myself wanting to share more intimately than I could make work with a PowerPoint. So here I am, just sharing a letter from my journal, capturing this moment in time when the invitation was shared, and extending the same to you. That we storytell vulnerably with painful truths and celebrations of the sacred, even in the moments when we are here to be sharing, quote unquote, professionally. My own journey in education, of course, starts with my own experiences as a student. And I think often about how school became such a safe place for me, and as I'm understanding just how chaotic some of my upbringing was. And yet I was truly lucky to have had the journey I had in education, mostly in small public schools. After many years teaching, coaching, and designing with Teach for America, having incredible experiences like these, I became curious about models of school that had the ability to really capitalize on the leadership of a teacher, that could radically trust teachers, communities, and children. Intimate schools where children could really be free to be the people that they were destined to be inside and could see that modeled in adults every day. I wanted to do more of the big dreaming for intimate learning spaces that could be truly liberatory. I was a product of very small learning programs myself, and in my time thinking and reflecting on these really simple questions that seem to always be behind me, and yet we're too busy to think about professionally in the world of education or personally as parents. It takes such intentionality, or maybe some mandated quarantines, sleepless nights with sick babies, forced reflection time, to get back to these questions and get back to these questions. And I've been asking them since I think I was in the classroom, but continue to find new answers on how we might approach the sacredness of raising children to create a more beautiful world than we live in today. I can't help but ask myself in this moment, what is the purpose of education? What is the purpose of schooling? The purpose of schooling now, because we've just seen it, all of the inequities exacerbated. They were all already in some ways here. And yet, now, how is the role of the educator now changed? And if so, if there's really required healing, what do we need to do collectively to support that new essential role that educators will play in healing our more just world? I'm aware that using the word healing implies that we are in a place of deep brokenness. I know that my world feels deeply broken. It's been so challenging to think about how to talk to any group of people. While we all share very similar human experiences, our day-to-day lives are so different dramatically. And yet, as our world is more connected now via technology, I know we're all feeling the impact of the emotional distance needed for social distancing. It's wild to even watch a movie now and see a crowded restaurant. I feel panicked looking at a packed airplane and realizing that I'm holding my breath. And then I think about my children who are sitting next to me thinking the exact same things, who sat next to me as we figured out a plan to shut down their schools because my children are also my students at my schools. And they sat beside me as we figured those things out. And over the past months, I've reread a number of books. I decided it was important that while in quarantine with them, I wanted to read and journal and participate in their work cycle without being in front of a screen together. I loved revisiting old books and stories and lessons and journals and photos. I found much of my trip to when I first visited Teach for India. But when I think about brokenness and healing, I'm reminded of this quote, which I found only because I was reading alongside my boys. We are bodies of broken bones. I guess I'd always known, but never fully considered that being broken is what makes us human. We all have our reasons. Sometimes we're fractured by the choices we make. Sometimes we're shattered by things we would never have chosen. But our brokenness is also the source of our common humanity, the basis for our shared search for comfort, meaning, and healing. Our shared vulnerability and imperfection nurtures and sustains our capacity for compassion. We have a choice. We can embrace our humanness, which means embracing our broken natures and the compassion that remains our best hope for healing. Or we can destroy our brokenness, forsworn compassion, and as a result, deny our own humanity. I thought of the guards strapping Jimmy Dill to the gurney of that very hour. I thought of the people who would cheer his death and see it as some kind of victory. I realized they were broken people too, if they would never admit it. So many of us have become afraid and angry. We've become so fearful and vengeful that we've thrown away children, discarded the disabled, and sanctioned the imprisonment of sick and the weak, not because they are a threat to public safety or beyond rehabilitation, but because we think it makes us seem tough, less broken. I thought of the victims of violent crimes and the survivors of murdered loved ones and how we've pressured them to recycle their pain and anguish and give it back to the offenders we prosecute. I thought of the many ways we've legalized vengeful and cruel punishments and how we've allowed our victimization to justify the victimization of others. We've submitted to the harsh instinct to crush those among us whose brokenness is most visible. But simply punishing the broken, walking away from them, or hiding them from sight only ensures they remain broken, and we do too. There is no wholeness outside of our reciprocal humanity. And if you haven't read Just Mercy, this is a plug for sure. From March till the end of June, I took quarantine exceptionally seriously. For me, the biggest fear I began having wasn't just the lives for me and my family members, as we lost many, but it's this notion that we could be unconsciously become carriers and perpetrators of someone else's illness. The notion that we can do harm just by breathing and being close to each other. I have to say it was overwhelming to sit and talk about it with a 6-year-old and a 4-year-old and make our home into that safe space that school felt like in a day-to-day and could feel like home. And think about the children all over the world that didn't have half of what my children had. And yet here we were. As soon as our schools began to close, we closed the door of our little home in the mountains for 4 months. Me, a 6-year-old and a 4-year-old, and only now are very cautiously engaged with a few friends and family members. But it was also a magically immersive month that had me with my pen in hand, with my pen in hand constantly. And I went back and kept thinking about this one quote. And this is actually the message I wanted to come and bring to share today. At Wildflower, which I'll talk about in a moment, but here's the introduction. At Wildflower, the value we hold most dearly is that everything and everyone is connected. And I think it's important to remember that values are not abstractions. In the same way that it's impossible to become a good soccer player by thinking about soccer, we can only live our values by constant practice. So we'll practice this value in all of the little things. We will not meet our children's misbehavior with punishment. We will lead our children not by coercion, but by tapping into their natural inclinations to be peaceful, curious, and good. And we will do the same for the adults, not creating a hierarchy within the school staff, but rather creating an environment where teachers operate as peers and co-leaders. We will seek to serve and support all of the community, including, and importantly, those most underserved by the traditional social system. There will be times that is difficult. That is difficult to do those things. And we will welcome these times as a way to practice our values. Because if our children see us striving to help one another and others day in and day out over the next 3 years, they'll understand in a deep way that everything is connected, and they will develop the compassion and courage that arises with that understanding. And for me, that's much more important than learning long division, although we'll teach them that too. And I've got only a few minutes left, so I'll just leave you all with the question, which is, what are the values that we want to live and model, and how is our leadership with children? How's that going to be our way to choose to heal the world? And I think
about the foundation and more about Rebecca. Thank you. Thank you so much, Rebecca.
Yeah.